Good morning on Easter Sunday. It is flight day 5 of Artemis II, or it's about to be. The flight crew will be woken up in about 2 hours from now. I'll wait until there was a good interview on the live mission broadcast with Nujoud Merancy, and what I'll probably do here in a few minutes is I'll go back and run that because it is a good explanation of how the flyby works. And she talks about this is a live view from one of the 4 solar array wing cameras on Orion, and we're looking at the moon in the distance, although it's getting bigger. And the format is stretched a little bit here, as you can tell by the shape of the moon. It's not quite that oblong. One thing that worth pointing out here is looking at the flight plan. You can see that the crew has been sleep shifting a little bit. So between it looks like they're doing. Well, but between yesterday and today, they are getting up about 45 minutes earlier, or the wake-up call will be about 45 minutes earlier. And then on flight day 6, they're sleep shifting back and forth a little bit. But on flight day 6, tomorrow, which is the lunar flyby day, they'll be shifting a little bit earlier by about 15 minutes. So we will see the workday adjust slightly. I've been having it's possible that the real-time live visualization of where Orion is just overwhelmed, but it's also just been very difficult to grab that. And so the easiest way to look at it is to look at it on NASA's live stream coverage. So right now we're looking at the live Orion views NASA live stream, and they also have Artemis II live mission coverage, the official broadcast. And so if you want to just look at that, watch those, you certainly can. Just go to youtube.com/NASA if you just want the raw video. Here we're just going to be monitoring, taking questions from time to time, and trying to provide a little bit of color on top of the public affairs officer commentary that we're getting, which is really helpful because they have all the displays in front of them. They can hear what the flight control team's talking about and discussing. So the question is, will we hear the wake up song? If you want to hear the wake up song, you're going to have to switch over to the NASA, one of the NASA live streams, because they have permission to play that music, but I do not. And so the copyright owners are very are very strict about who can and cannot use it. So I've already had to cut out a couple of wake up music calls on flight day. What was it? Flight day 2. So basically, I can't play that music here. And so if you accidentally hear it, that will be my fault. So I will be trying to mute that. And so I guess if I sang it really badly out of tune, maybe I would be able to avoid a copyright strike, but I kind of doubt it. They would probably want to charge me for that too. But the crew wake-up call will be coming in about a little less than 2 hours now. And so we will hear the public affairs officer, after they play the wake-up song, identify it. And so that is okay, apparently. But it'll be on around, it'll be on around 10:50 a.m. Central, 11:50 a.m. Eastern, around there. So mission elapsed time of, so if we go back and look at the chart, it would be at, I believe it would be 4 days, 17 hours, 15 minutes, which is again about 10:50 a.m. Central, 11:50 a.m. Pacific. And so in between now and then, I'll be taking questions and we're getting, and also trying to bring up the and trying to show some of the interesting interviews and commentary that we're getting. And so I'll switch over to the live commentary. I believe they're still playing the flight day highlights for flight day 4. And those run about, if I caught it correctly, those run about 25 minutes or so. And so I believe that's what they're going to be doing here at the top of the hour, which is, basically in about 90 seconds. Yes. So they're if you're interested, they're running that on the live mission coverage right now. But they then provide commentary and do some interviews after they run the flight day highlights every hour until crew wake up. So they will be playing the flight day 4 highlights here at 9 a.m. Central, and then they'll play them again at 10 a.m. Central, but then the crew wake-up song will be played around 10 minutes before 11 a.m. Central, and then they will be covering the crew workday from beginning to end. But what I will do is I will go into that stream and go back about 15-20 minutes, because there was a good interview with Nujoud Merancy that I think is informative, and so I'll go ahead and play that here. So bear with me as I go find that in the stream. So this is about it's about 30 minutes ago. Well, let me go ahead and do this. Well, let me pause it here for a moment. So this is interesting because it gives you these were two camera feeds that were being downlinked at the same time, and so you can see where the moon and the Earth are, and of course the moon is in orbit around Earth just like Orion is, except on a different. They have different orbital trajectories, profiles, and so you can see that now if Orion looks out their front window, if the Orion crew looks out their front windows, they can see the moon, and if they look off to the side now, they can see the crescent Earth. So as they fly around the backside of the moon, there will be a period of time where the Earth will pass behind the moon, and that would be they talk about Earthrise, but that will be when they'll be able to get obviously both of them in the same view.
Artemis II crew is currently in their sleep period aboard the Orion spacecraft. This is Mission Control Houston. We are at a mission elapsed time of 3 days, 14 hours, 50 minutes. The Artemis II crew is currently in their sleep period aboard the Orion spacecraft. Their sleep period is set to conclude in 2 hours, 24 minutes and counting. Currently, the Orion spacecraft is 209,000 miles and counting away from Earth and about 70,000 miles away from the moon. We will continue to provide you live mission coverage, but for now, we will leave you with these two beautiful views we are seeing from Orion's solar array wings. On the right side of your image, you are seeing a Earth crescent, and on the left side of your screen, you are seeing the moon. Very exciting, and enjoy the views.
The interview was around here, and as I noted in the chat, this interview is about 25 minutes ago. Let me catch up to it here. Well, this is a nice shot. Again, a few minutes ago. And then this is the shot from one of the other solar array wings. I'll go ahead and all right.
Welcome to the Artemis Flight Control Room here in Mission Control Houston. Joining us now is Nujoud Merancy. She is the Deputy Associate Administrator for Strategy, Architecture, and NASA's Exploration Systems Mission Directorate. A mouthful.
It is. There's a lot of words in that title.
Welcome.
Thank you.
We're so happy to have you here, and I do know that you've worked at NASA for a really long time. You started working with Orion. You've been part of our mission architecture team. So how does it feel seeing all those years of planning and work coming to life with this mission?
It's been pretty incredible. I mean, I've been working on Orion, part of building it through the early milestones, part of working with the European Service Module team as they were first just an idea before they were hardware. So, I mean, to start seeing things actually fly, I mean, that's why you're in this business. We do this so we can see people go to the moon, and I can't believe it's happening. So I'm still in pinch me mode because it's amazing that we're finally seeing it.
And this mission has felt like pinch me for me every step of the way. So it's been really exciting to see the crew up in orbit, to be in deep space. So tell us a little bit about how Artemis II is preparing us for future Artemis missions.
Yeah, so I think it's been mentioned a lot, but Artemis II is a test flight. So this being the first flight of the crew systems, all of the things the crew need. It's our first time doing, humans beyond the moon coming up very shortly. But like the test flight also includes what's happening on the ground. ground, the controllers, the preparations, the getting it ready, because we need to buy down these risks so that the next systems that come along, the human landing systems, the communications networks around the moon, all of those things become the next flight test objectives. So each one of these is a step that progresses us through ever more challenging missions, and you reduce risk with every step you take, and that's what we're doing with Artemis II.
So this truly is a test flight, and we are learning a lot about orbital mechanics, which I understand is your specialty.
I've dabbled in it for many years.
Just a tad.
Just a tad.
Well, orbital mechanics helps us understand a lot of how the vehicle's trajectory and our flight map is going to be. So we did TLI, trans-lunar injection, on flight day 2. And since then, we've been planned on the timeline to do these outbound trajectory correction maneuvers. There are 3 that were on the flight plan. We did not do the first 2. We have a third one that's scheduled for coming up today. Tell us why we did not need to do the other 2.
So the trajectory correction maneuvers are planned in, and they're really to cover the dispersions. So if you add up all the little errors across the systems, right? If your burn doesn't quite cut off at exactly the right second, or your navigation has slight errors in it, all of those things add up, and so you get what's called dispersions. So that's the amount you can be off from your ideal trajectory. So the correction maneuvers are really to take you back to your ideal and close that gap. So the longer you let them go without doing them, the bigger your dispersions grow. Now, because you didn't have to do the first 2, that means that we were far more accurate, or we were flying sort of right down the middle of the envelope. So we didn't need to do those burns, and you may still need to do them. And so even if you don't have to do the outbound ones, you may still need the return ones, because the flyby may have dispersion. So it's all a matter, we're talking very, very fine control, trying to exactly hit the lunar flyby altitude, the Earth entry corridor when the crew comes home. So you're really just taking out all the errors with those correction burns. Sometimes you need them, sometimes you don't. It just depends on how how little you were off along the way.
So we may see some return or RTCs coming up.
Correct. So the flyby will also have dispersions and errors in it, so those could still be needed on the way back to Earth, because you're trying to hit that very precise entry corridor.
Awesome. And so let's talk a little bit about flyby, since you mentioned it. Looking up at our big board, we are 1 day, 4 hours, 23 minutes and counting from passing the Apollo distance record. And actually, the Artemis II mission, or the flight, is flying a little further away from the moon than Artemis I did. So for those of us watching, as we begin our flyby operations, the moon will actually be the size of a baseball at arm's length distance, and then grow to the size of a basketball. So tell us why the Artemis II lunar flyby is at 4,800 nautical miles and not closer.
So first, Artemis I flew much further than this on the moon because it was in a distant retrograde orbit, but this will be the furthest humans have gone on the far side of the moon. And we targeted this altitude to put it in the middle of the crew day. So if we'd taken the shortest path around the moon, it would have been during crew sleep, or the crew would have had to wake up, or it would have had to sleep shift them a lot. When we early planning on this mission, we simply moved the altitude a little further away, so it would hit right 4 days out, 4 days back, right in the middle of the crew day. Because we sent them all the way to the moon, they should get to look out the window and do all the amazing science while they're there.
Yeah, there's a lot of science, and we heard yesterday from the crew, Christina describing some of the features on the moon, and Victor just in awe of them. The science team here was definitely geeking out.
I'm geeking out. I'm just so excited for what we're going to see in the next 24 hours and all the fantastic work they're doing. And one of the amazing things about this altitude, right, the moon actually moves relative to the Earth. It's not a constant distance. So when we planned this, we did not intend for it to set the record. We set the altitude based on what the mission need was. Right. But because it's coincidence when the moon is furthest or near the furthest point from Earth, they will set the record from the Earth distance for humans. And they should be able to hold that record for quite some time, because when we start actually doing lunar landings, we'll be doing all much closer passes to the moon. So really fortuitous what's going on here. Can't be more excited.
And just for the viewers, understanding, if we had launched after April 2nd, we would not have broken that record. Is that right?
That is my understanding. That I mean, it's very launch day dependent, where the moon is, how far we're flying, and we would not have managed to pass the record later in the launch period.
So I want to take a moment to take a look at the show and tell that you've brought for us here. We have a couple of props for you all to see. A little Orion. Would you like me to give you a hand in holding anything?
You can hold Orion.
Okay, great. So we have Orion here. Can you show us a little bit about some of the burns and what flyby would actually look like?
Yeah, so the free return trajectory is very important. It was one of the safety features we built into this mission, because Orion doesn't need to do any major burns after we left Earth with that TLI burn. So all the correction maneuvers could be done even with the smallest RCS engines, the little attitude control thrusters. These are the RCS. These are the auxiliary engines here.
And that's our main engine.
And that's the main engine, yes.
Sorry, I was not on mute. I was not talking to the world. So this is our main engine that helped us do TLI.
Correct.
Okay.
So we with just the little correction maneuvers, you can do those with all the engines. So if there was any main engine problem, we would have lots of backup on this one. So that's why we're doing the free return. No big burns around the moon. But what's actually happening, and so here's a little moon, not to scale. So if the viewer is the Earth, as Orion traveled away from Earth, we're coming away from Earth,
right?
The Earth has been slowing down Orion the whole time, and the moon has actually been over here, headed towards Orion. We aimed in front of Orion just like a football being thrown in front of the receiver.
Okay.
As Orion is doing the flyby, we're passing to the far side. The moon's still traveling, and that's the tug, the gravity that's going to start pulling Orion back to Earth. So the moon's traveling, Orion's getting pulled back, and the moon keeps going, and Orion will miss it and start heading back to the Earth. So that's the free return flyby, is actually using the moon's gravity to tug Orion and start sending Orion back to the Earth.
Exactly, and that's a great point here. We are entering the lunar sphere of influence on Flight Day 5, which is at the end of the cruise day today during their pre-sleep. So this is what you are talking about. The moon's gravitational pull is stronger than the Earth's?
Well, it's when Orion starts to be affected by the moon. So yes, so the moon is starting to pull Orion towards it as we're getting closer and closer. So the sphere of influence means the lunar gravity is overtaking the Earth's gravity. And that's exactly what we're aiming for when we planned all the trajectories, is for this precise flyby to use that lunar gravity to send Orion back home again. So that's the lunar sphere of influence. Orion has technically been under Earth's influence the entire time, and the Earth has been slowing down Orion as it's been departing Earth this whole time. So lots going on here, all stuff that this is the math that you kids are supposed to do in school to make sure this happens.
So physics, really important, math, really important. Now, you, as I mentioned at the top of our interview, you've been doing this for a long time. You've been doing a lot of the planning and preparations, whether it was supporting the Orion program itself or into mission architecture. How does it feel seeing some of your life's work come to life?
I mean, it's incredible. I mean, we get into this business so that we can fly things. And I mean, from when I worked on the space station to Orion to now, the whole goal is exploration and being able to go beyond and bring some positive light to humanity. So seeing these things happen, it really gets you at your core. And that's why we're all here and spend long hours and extra nights working to make sure this happens.
Yeah, we've been here for, I don't know what day it is anymore, like Reed. Just it's Sunday. Happy Easter Sunday to those of you who are celebrating. But Nujoud, thank you so much for joining us here in Mission Control. And we will go back to our live views. For now, this is Mission Control Houston.
So that was maybe half an hour ago or thereabouts. But an interesting description of the lunar flyby. So let me go ahead and switch. The official broadcast right now is continuing to run the Flight Day 4 highlights. And so this is, I believe this is live. This is from another one of the 4 solar array wing cameras. Now I'm going to for some reason let me mute the audio. There shouldn't be a lot of audio on here right now, because the way I understand it, this has the what they used to call air to ground, but is now Orion to Earth communications audio. And of course they have multiple channels of that. So I think at least 2. So they talk about Orion to Earth 1, or they've talked about privatizing Orion to Earth 2 for private conferences when the crew wants to talk to their families, or when they need to have a private discussion with the flight director, or with a private medical conference. But in terms of calls between the Capcom and the crew, we should hear those on this channel. And then, for instance, like yesterday and the days before, when there's been a news conference on the live mission broadcast channel, they will then continue the commentary, or they're supposed to bring the public affairs officer commentary in the flight control room up on this channel. If you just want to watch live mission coverage and not see press conferences. But the crew is still asleep. They're scheduled the wake up is scheduled for about 90 minutes from now, around 10:50 a.m. Central, 11:50 a.m. I keep wanting to say Pacific, but it's 11:50 a.m. Eastern. And they will be beginning flight day 5 at that point. So in the interview, they were talking about the different types of engines or thrusters they have on the vehicle. And so we can see they were talking about the reaction control system, the auxiliary engines, and the Orion main engine. You can see some of the RCS. Whoops, I'm highlighting the wrong window. You can see, actually, and then you can see one set of them here and part of another set of them here. These are the RCS thrusters, and I imagine that that's a shadow of yet another one. Those are used mostly for attitude control, to keep Orion pointed the way they want it to be pointed, but they can also be used for very small translational maneuvers. And so they are talking about, I believe they were talking about using the RCS for the upcoming outbound trajectory correction maneuver. So they had placeholders each day before tomorrow when they get to the moon to do any trajectory corrections that they needed to do. They didn't need to do those. They didn't need to do a correction maneuver for the first 2 placeholders, but they're planning on doing a little trajectory correction burn today. And then similarly, they have placeholders after Orion flies around the moon and is coming back. Those placeholders are called return trajectory correction maneuvers. And so they have on the outbound leg that we're on right now, they had an OTC 1, 2, and 3, and they're only going to use the OTC 3 opportunity because it's the only one they need. And we may see something similar on the return. They may cancel the RTC 1 and 2 opportunities because they don't need to make any additional corrections until the very final one, the RTC 3 opportunity, which, let me see if so again, we're looking ahead a little bit, but the RTC 3 opportunity is it's only a few hours before they re-enter Earth. So again, it gives them the opportunity to adjust where they're going to splash down. And that might be necessary for them to retarget a particular splashdown area based on the weather in the Pacific, in the supposedly Eastern Pacific. And so they will try to find an area with the best weather in the general region at the time that they return on Friday. So Richard's asking, has there been any chat on how the astronauts are sleeping? Not that I'm aware of. Again, that might be, as you're talking about, you're saying maybe not something that would be talked about. It maybe not something that would be talked about publicly. It's probably considered a private health conversation. So I don't think I have the images handy here. Let me see. But they basically just kind of they will usually secure the essentially hammocks, I guess, or sleeping bags in the crew module area. And so I guess it just depends on it can depend on comfort and personal preference. And again, people sleep differently in terms of what's comfortable to them. So the one thing that we have, not the one thing, one of the things that we've heard from astronauts that talking about sleeping in space is that there's no pressure points. And so that's for somebody who's old now like me, those end up being things that you end up tossing and turning about, because it's hard to stay in one position for too long, especially the older you get. Let me make sure I believe they have, like many spacecraft will have redundant antennas and redundant communication systems. Especially human-rated spacecraft will have more redundancy than some uncrewed spacecraft anyway. So Gilbert's asking about the toilet drama. I have not heard. Let's see. We're getting close to. Let me check the mission broadcast. I guess. Okay, it looks like that's ended. So let me switch over to that so we can get any updates. I know that they were emptying the wastewater tank last night, and the quantity had gotten down during that venting down to around only 10% full, and not sure where they terminated the vent, but they just let it go last night, and we saw some video while they were doing that. And this is a good time to do this because we have a temporary loss of downlink, at least from that camera. Not currently hearing any commentary, but we'll stand by for that. And when the commentator is speaking, I will try to defer as much as I can to them, because they have a lot more information handy. But this shows, this is again a visualization. The cameras on the, as you can see here, this visualization virtually puts us a decent distance away from the spacecraft, whereas the cameras on the solar array wings are out at the wingtips, out here, here, and here. So this is not necessarily a high fidelity depiction of the celestial bodies. For instance, what it does give you is it gives you the numbers, so you can see those in the lower right. The distance, the current velocity relative to Earth, obviously in SI units, so 16, a little bit less than 1,700 miles an hour. Distance from Earth in statute miles, and distance to the moon in statute miles. The other things that this is relatively high fidelity. What it does is what it does depict relatively accurately is the attitude of the spacecraft. So the attitude of the spacecraft relative to the moon. So the nose of the spacecraft is pointed to the moon, but more importantly, the tail is pointed towards the sun. So the spacecraft is going to maintain a tail-to-sun attitude because it's the most favorable thermal attitude for the spacecraft when they're not doing any maneuvers, or during periods when they don't need to be in another specific attitude. Then this is the best sort of quiescent attitude, is tail to sun. And in this attitude, the moon is the nose of the spacecraft, and the windows are facing towards the moon. And at this point now, again, the moon is in orbit around the Earth. The Earth would now be off to the right. It's out of view here, but again, this is just a visualization. And then another thing that this visualization was good at, we only saw it during the perigee rays burn, if I recall correctly. There's only been, there have been no trajectory correction burns, so the last burn that the spacecraft made was the TLI burn. So in that case, they were showing the live views as much as they could. But we did see this telemetry during the perigee rays burn, and it was pretty much in sync with it showed pretty accurately which engines were firing on the spacecraft. So that particular burn was an auxiliary engines burn, which are these 8 engines on the aft face of the spacecraft that are around the main engine, which is the old shuttle orbital maneuvering system engine, which is called it's still called the OMS E from time to time, or the OME, Orion main engine, but the same thing. And so during that burn, for instance, we saw the auxiliary engines all start. We saw the RCS. We saw some RCS engine firings to maintain the vehicle in the burn attitude. And so that's what this is. That's what this display, this virtual display, is good at. It isn't necessarily good, as people remarked during the first day of the mission, at maybe what part of the Earth was facing the spacecraft, but it was okay in terms of the relative distance from the spacecraft to Earth, and you could see as they got closer and closer to Earth ahead of the TLI burn how close it was. So we should get a well, we'll see. Let me go back a little bit here and see if I missed anything. So Bradley was asking, why are the communications from Orion encrypted when it wasn't for Apollo missions? If you think about it, it is in particular due to the privacy concerns, and so there you go. Hence the name private. We are not now able legally to disclose somebody else's medical conditions or personal information, including their medical condition. There are actually laws like HIPAA and others that give people control of their own personal information, relatively speaking. And so that's part of it. So when they are talking, if you watch one of the public affair, the PAO events where they're doing an interview with a news organization, you'll hear them throw it back to the Capcom, and the Capcom will usually say something like, we'll make a call up to the spacecraft saying, we're now resuming operational communications. And so those are the communications that we'll hear when they're talking operations, when they're talking spaceflight operations. As much as they can, we will be able to hear those. But there are still aspects during the mission that are private. And so those are the ones that they will. So there are things like, again, as we were talking about earlier, the crew have opportunities to talk to their family. Those are private. They have opportunities to talk to healthcare professionals. Those are private. And then there are some private planning discussions that they also do outside of public ears. So that's in Apollo. I believe they had the ability to privatize some of it, but there were no disclosure laws. What's happened is that in the intervening time, we've seen people take advantage of loopholes in laws, and so there aren't as many there aren't as many sort of good faith conventions anymore. Now you just have to. Now they're enacted laws, so it's more of a people shouldn't do this or that, and now because some people choose to go ahead and do it anyway since it's not illegal, and so ultimately the response is, well, if that's the case, then we're just going to make it a law.
Welcome back to Mission Control Houston here in the Artemis Flight Control Room. We are coming to you live once again with our 24/7 continuous coverage. And with me, I have Trevor Graff. He is one of our Artemis II science officers here in Mission Control. He's on the Orbit 3 shift with me, so we've been here since about 3:30 a.m. Central Time or so. Trevor is actually here making history. This is actually the first time in NASA's history that a science officer has a console position here in Mission Control. So Trevor, how does that feel?
It's extremely exciting, a little bit humbling, and just really fantastic to be part of the history of one of the first 3 people to create this position and then also execute it. So I'm just getting, through my 3rd shift, and it's been an incredible learning experience, and just like I said, humbling that we're at this point and executing this awesome mission.
Awesome indeed. And I know, we both started here 3 days ago, being in our 24/7 operations. And one of the interesting things for me, at least, is as each day has gone on, I feel like I've gotten my swimming legs. I'm feeling a little bit more comfortable with all of the pieces. So is that the same for you?
Yeah, it's the same for me. Definitely shook off the bugs the first day, and just really hit the stride today. Feel really confident, and today was a pretty exciting day because we've got our LTP on board now, our final one that the crew will execute for the lunar flyby. So that LTP is that lunar targeting package that the crew will go through and target each sequence that the science team has prepared for them. And so now the final is on board and ready to be executed for Flight Day 6.
Awesome. So just for our viewers' reference, what we did was we launched, and we knew that we had between 13 and 26 targets or so, I believe, and depending on the day that we launched, the time. And when we did our TLI or trans-lunar injection, that targeting package would evolve. Is that right?
That's correct. Yeah, it evolved based on a lot of things, a lot of details of how the moon would be illuminated, details on exact launch times, and the targets that the science team was further refining. So the target package that just went up has 30 targets, and we're really excited to get the crew's observations and their awesome pictures. So far, so good on
30 targets.
30 targets. So super excited.
That's fantastic. And I know that, as we're, less than 67 or 67,000 miles away from the moon. So we're getting closer and closer to the moon, and you're hearing the crew observe. We're hearing their chatter coming down from Orion, and you've had a huge role in getting the team trained along with your fellow science officers and science teams to get the crew ready for these moments. So now that you're hearing them sort of geek out, and we heard yesterday Christina say that Victor is loving how he's seeing Oriental. So tell us a little bit about how that makes you feel and what you're expecting more of as we get closer.
Well, first of all, we're expecting the moon to get bigger and bigger in the window, and I know they're excited about that. So we had an opportunistic view of the moon yesterday that I think you're referring to, that they had some awesome words, and our science team was buzzing upstairs in our science evaluation room. Super excited. They put together a ton of good words for the crew, and we're really encouraged on, as the moon gets closer, how it's going to continue to pull out the nuance that they want in some of our science objectives, and so they're excited about that. And we're also looking forward to some of the additional things like the solar eclipse that we're going to get as after our lunar observations. So they are just buzzing just like the crew are in our science evaluation room, and it's really fun to see.
That is a great segue to my next question, which is related to the solar eclipse. Can you tell us a little bit about that? That happens on Flight Day 6, which is Monday for us here on Earth, but later in the day, right?
Yeah, it's all part of that flyby sequence. And so there's a total of 5 shifts that the crew will be going through. The first 4 of them will be looking at the lunar surface. And so we have a number of science objectives to capture all the nuance that the science team has put together as part of those targets, that target package I referenced earlier. The 5th shift happens after we do the main portion of the flyby around the far side of the moon. About an hour later, the spacecraft becomes eclipsed by the moon, which is going to be pretty big out their window, the sun behind it, and so they'll be able to see the sunset, the solar corona as the sun sets, and then about a 53, somewhere a little bit under an hour, they'll see the sun rise. And so they get some unique opportunities while the sun's setting to observe the solar corona and all the aspects of the heliophysics behind that, as well as the sunrise. But then when the sun is behind the moon, from their perspective, they'll be able to view stars and other planets in that illumination condition too. So
how
we've got some targets that are really going to be cool for them to
and the
pick
imagery
up.
That will come down. I can't wait to see that.
Yeah, everybody's going to be waiting on those images.
Oh my gosh, we can't wait to show those to the world. And tell us a little bit about what we can expect on Flight Day 6 on Flyby itself. I understand that the moon held at arm's length will be as large as a basketball at closest approach. Can you talk us through a little bit about Flyby?
Yeah, so I referenced those 5 shifts. So the 4 shifts where they're actually, the windows are pointing at the moon. You're right about arm's length. It looks like about the size of a basketball. And so a lot of those targets will be associated with the lunar observations of the surface. And so we're looking forward to those. There's got a lot of information in there for science to chew on. For both the folks that are taking the pictures out the window, and then there will be a lunar observer. And so they'll be capturing all those things on their portable computer and via the awesome cameras that we also have on board. And so we'll also be actively downloading those to be able to share with the world as well.
So speaking of sharing with the world, these 4 humans, these 4 explorers are going to be seeing the far side of the moon for the first time in over 50 years. So what can we expect? How do you feel about that? So many questions, but I'll let you reflect on that.
Yeah, it's really fantastic for 2 points. One is the science part of that, of actually getting human eyes on these places that haven't seen it in the way that this crew is going to be able to see it. So they're going to be able to see places that they can make human observations of, that we're really excited about, in a way that's unique, because they'll be able to see the whole lunar disk, like that whole basketball out at arm's length. They'll be able to make comparisons and contrast differences between the whole disk and the locations on the moon that we're asking them to take a look at.
So is it true that, when we're looking at the moon from down here on Earth, we can see some of the basalt, we can see some of the geological features of the moon where we've had some craters and things like that. So when we're looking at the moon that close, I understand that human eyes are a little bit, they can pick up color and things like that. Can you tell me a little bit more about that?
Yeah, the human eyes are fantastic for picking up color nuances. So that's one of our high science objectives, is for them to look for those color nuances. Also the topography and the illumination conditions, the different ways that they're going to have viewing angles at these targets as they fly around within a short period of time is really unique, and is the basis of a lot of our science questions.
And the world is watching as these explorers go on this test flight. So really my question is for those that don't know much about our moon, aside from looking at it in our night sky or in our day sky, what's so unique about the moon that we want to continue to study it?
Well, the moon is this fascinating location that just hangs out in our sky, and sometimes we just take it for granted, but it is really just this Rosetta Stone, we call it, for our solar system history, right? A lot of impacts across our solar system history have, helped shape the planets that we live on and other planets in our solar system. And the moon is just this Rosetta Stone for us to go back and learn a lot about our solar system, ourselves. And so that's one of the exciting reasons that, we're doing the flyby to set us up for getting to the surface with follow-on missions.
Fantastic. I know that you have to go back to your console to continue working as the crew is getting up in just about an hour. But Trevor, thank you so much for making the time to come and talk with us, and congratulations.
Yeah, thanks for having me. It's been fun.
So for now, this is Mission Control Houston coming to you live with our 24/7 continuous coverage. We are at 3 days, 16 hours, 9 minutes and counting of a mission elapsed time. As mentioned, Orion is 67,000 miles away from the moon and about 212,000 miles away from Earth. So as the crew get gears to wake up in just over an hour from now, we will continue to provide you with that live 24/7 coverage.
Anthony was asking about whether the crew would be able to see the South Pole region. One of the things that they did is they have animations that show what the lunar flyby is going to look like under different conditions, and they released an updated version based on, now they have, it's no longer preliminary. They have a definite launch date, a definite TLI burn date, and so let me see if I can find that on that video, and hopefully I can run it. But it didn't look like, they may be able to see some things, but I don't know that I don't know that they're going to be able to see. I think this is it. Did I luck out? I believe so. Because the images, the site gives you, yes. Okay, let me. It's obviously a sped up simulation. I have to. And you can see I wonder if they're using the same URL that they used when they released earlier versions. What I'm going to do is, so I'm going to try and just play this in the window. Well, or something like that. No, we can do it like this. I'll open it in another tab. Well, okay, all right. Well, let's try a little bit. Try a larger. All right, I'm attempting to pause it. Okay, let me and I also need to grab. I'm going to hide myself for a minute here and go grab my brace. Hang on a second. One moment. It looks like it's still loading, unfortunately. Well, we'll go ahead and... It's slow enough that... But this is approximately what they're going to see, because this is based on the actual launch and the actual trans-lunar injection burn. And you'll see the Earth swing by in the background here. See, there it is. And then you will see the sun, and this is this eclipse. It's not the same type of eclipse that we would see here on the ground. But you can see that the sun is eclipsed by the moon. And I can leave that. And so let me go back. Let me go back a little bit. So there are parts of the polar regions, the high latitude regions that I'm going in the wrong direction. I should be going backwards. But yeah, it's harder to see for this trajectory, which is not necessarily they're not going into an orbit, and they're not going into a polar orbit, and they only get one. They're only doing a flyby, so they get this one pass around the moon on this mission. And so the next, based on the current plan, the next Artemis mission to go to the moon would be Artemis IV, which would be is planned for the first crewed lunar landing of U.S. astronauts since Apollo 17. So now go back to live. So the question wasn't it one of the main launch criteria to time it so that they would see an illuminated far side of the moon? The answer is no. They basically, this is because the test flight priorities are higher than that. They basically, the test, I mean, it's exactly that. So they were going to launch this mission whenever the first opportunity that they could take advantage of, which was on April 1st. So, if there hadn't been a hydrogen leak, then perhaps they would have launched in early February, but then they had the issues that they had to deal with in February, and so the launch moved from early February to early March, and then to early April, and then they launched on April 1st. And so they got what they got because it was not the highest priority. So I'm going back a little bit. Okay, I see the question about Artemis 3 and 4, but I should probably go ahead and say, because there are a lot of folks that want to talk about their skepticism, and I guess it's fine to just state your skepticism here, but it's not fine to take over the chat with it. And I'm not saying there was a poster earlier and so if you do that, that's fine. Let me see what was the poster's name. So but I would just say to the other folks that just basically let it go. So Rob Mayfield. So as long as it's not, as long as you leave it at that, because as I said yesterday, if you want to have a discussion about your skepticism, that's really a long discussion. That's off topic for following Artemis II Flight Day 5 and the Artemis program in general. That's what I cover here on this channel. All of the other, those types of discussions are not invalid, but they're off topic here. And so stating it once, I would say, is okay, but if we're going to, I would encourage people to just let that go. And if folks can't let that go, then I'll have to come in and moderate more strictly. But there are people who don't believe this, and some people are just more aggressive about it than others. And so, like I said, as long as you're not trying to take over the discussion and be monotonous, because it is off topic, I would just suggest everybody let it go. But again, if those posters are not going to let it go themselves, then, as I said, I'll have to do something more. I'll have to moderate. So, like I said, it's not an invalid discussion. It's just off topic here. So let's see. So I'm going to try and move on now. So Vic was asking about what chances do you give the accelerated Artemis 3 and 4 missions? I think this is a nice shot here again. So the moon is kind of is the nose of Orion is pointed at the moon, and the moon is orbiting the Earth, and so we see now that Earth is now not exactly at a 90-degree angle, but is something closer to that than 180 degrees, because Orion is flying out to the moon. I guess what I would say is we are hopefully going to dive into that a little more. What happens after Artemis II and when, once the mission is completed. Now, having said that, it's certainly on topic here, but we've tried to ask questions, and I did try asking a series of questions back on Monday, and I'll go into that. I'll go into what I heard a little more after the mission and when I get home, and it'll be easier for me to put together some videos at that point. I guess the vibe I got on Monday was they're getting started with studies that are going to take several weeks, 4-6 weeks or so, and we will hopefully. So we're in early April here, so certainly by the middle of this year, and probably before then, we will get some indications about when they think they're going to fly Artemis 3 and their commitment to a mid-2027 date for that, because we are seeing some SLS hardware being shipped to Kennedy Space Center. So it's not back of the mind. It's a secondary topic. So we heard a couple of questions about that in the news conference yesterday, and so people are asking about that, but we don't really have we're not getting a clear picture about what initial assessments, and so I'm hoping that we will start to get more detailed information about what the assessments are showing them in the next month or two, and we'll see. But at this point, the shortest turnaround is between Artemis 3 and 4. So that, I think, is probably the biggest challenge as it currently stands, is flying Artemis 3 in the middle of 2027 and then turning around and flying Artemis 4 at the very beginning of 2028. And so another thing that needs to be refined are those dates.
Good morning from Mission Control Houston inside the Artemis Flight Control Room at the Johnson Space Center. We are at a mission elapsed time of 3 days, 16 hours, 24 minutes and counting of the Artemis II mission. The Orion spacecraft continues to travel closer and closer to the moon. Currently, the spacecraft is approximately 67,000 miles away from the moon and 212,000 miles away from the Earth. The Artemis II astronauts are currently asleep aboard the Orion spacecraft named Integrity. They began their sleep shift at around a mission elapsed time of 3 days, 8 hours, 45 minutes, and this sleep period will last to approximately 3 days, 17 hours, and 15 minutes. That essentially means that the crew is waking up in 49 minutes and counting. The crew did have a busy flight day 4 aboard Orion, so let's take a look back at our flight day highlights for flight day 4. For now, this is Mission Control Houston.
Okay, so that's a good cue to go back to the live.
This is Mission Control Houston from inside.
Oops, wrong place. Actually, it's a little bit of it is a blue screen. Well, it was supposed to be a blue screen. That's odd. Okay, I did mute it too. There's a sort of a... So we're currently not getting a feed through the system. All right, I'll need to keep the mission broadcast up. So once the flight day 4 highlights are completed, I will go back to the live commentary. But they're running. If you're interested in the flight day 4 highlights, then go to the NASA YouTube channel, and if you go to the Artemis II live mission coverage official broadcast live stream, that's where they're running that. And then if you happen to miss, for instance, flight day 2 or flight day 3 highlights, Public Affairs is publishing those recordings on the NASA.gov website as well. So I saw I think the flight day 2 and flight day 3 highlights and have already been published there, I believe. I'll have to go back and look, but you should expect to see those recordings, and they won't have the little, thing that says previously recorded on there. That's implicit if you're going to download those. So in case somebody wants to go back and see the highlights for a particular flight day, and it appears we have a live downlink again from Orion. So again, we're looking forward from one of the solar array wing tip cameras, and you can see the moon. Again, the image is stretched because it's not they're it's just one of those things where they're not the format, the aspect ratio of the camera image is different than the aspect ratio of the live stream. So let's see. So JC's talking about, yes, during the news conference yesterday, I believe it was Jackie Waddles from CNN who asked a question about the budget, and I think there's a couple of different ways to look at it. I think it was appropriate to ask the question, and I think it was fair because I think it was fair to, maybe it could have been worded differently, but the fiscal year 2027 budget, which was released, is policy, and the only people on the panel, there wasn't anybody on the panel, including Dr. Young, who I'm not sure that any of them were briefed on why they made the policymakers made the choices that they made. That's more of an exercise for us in the media, since the people that you would want to ask would be the policymakers. So the NASA political leadership, Office of Management and Budget, it would need to start there. Now, I don't expect OMB to talk to anybody, so it's going to largely fall on Mr. Isaacman, Jared Isaacman, the NASA administrator. He's going to be the point of contact, I think, for most policy questions. And so it's absolutely fair to ask the question, and I think I would not be surprised if Jackie expected the response that she got. But it's also I think it has to be asked. But then the flip side of it is, I'm not sure. I don't think Dr. Young. It's again, fairness being what it is. But I guess I can understand the point of view of it's a tough question. It needs to be asked, but it does put those folks on the panel, and in that case it was Dr. Young, in a tough position, because she's technically being asked to critique a decision her bosses made, and that's always a tough position. And then again, from my point of view, I would rather there are other people that I would want to ask about that. Okay, so Vic is following up with the sort of follow-up question. What am I planning on doing after Artemis II? I think I could certainly I'm certainly planning on doing live streams after Artemis II, not to this level of, not every day, and certainly not for an extended period of time, but probably more on more of a weekly basis. But it does sound like they want to begin stacking the Artemis III SLS in the next handful of months. So, we saw a picture of at least a couple of segments, which I would assume would be the aft segments of the Artemis III boosters on their way to Florida. And I think that was on Thursday. The image it may have been on Wednesday. So those should get to the Kennedy Space Center in the next handful of days, maybe before Artemis II ends. And once they get there, hopefully we will get some imagery from whomever, whether it's us media folks or NASA or both. But you need those to be prepared for stacking, and then you need to refurbish the mobile launcher, and then it goes back into the VAB to complete the refurbishment, and then get it ready to stack those two aft assemblies for the Artemis III vehicle. But it does sound like, again, they're sending for the boosters. They want to press towards that mid-2027 timeframe. And the other thing will be the upper part of the core of the third core stage, which is still in assembly. So we might see that shipped to Kennedy Space Center from New Orleans, and that I'm hoping that we're given the opportunity to go to New Orleans and that would give us the opportunity to get not just an update on core stage 3 assembly and test, final assembly, but also core stage 4 for Artemis 4, and then core stage 5 for Artemis 5, because there are a lot of holes in our understanding of the production schedules for Orion and SLS, and then we haven't really talked about the lunar landers because that is a complete black hole right now, unfortunately. And so JC was saying again, Dr. Kelsey Young, she was on the panel yesterday for the news conference, and she's supposed to be there again today, and she was great. I heard her talk in the science evaluation room here back in late September, and just very enthusiastic, very intelligent, very articulate. Just very interesting to talk to and to listen to, and so I believe she said that she was going to talk about the flyby and what's going to happen, and I think she said to some extent what we might see, and so that'll be something. If I recall correctly, the schedule for the news conference today is 5:30 p.m. Central, so that would be 6:30 p.m. Eastern. It might slide a little bit, a few minutes. So if you're watching the NASA live streams this evening, I'm sure they will provide updates if the start time changes. So let's see. Baron asks, does this craft, I assume meaning Orion, have any ability to land on the moon? No. This is a lunar crew transport vehicle. So astronauts will use this vehicle to fly out to the moon. It provides the ability to launch from Earth and to return to Earth through the atmosphere and re-enter. But then they will need to, the landing crews will need to dock. They will need to dock with the lunar lander, transfer to that spacecraft, and they'll use that spacecraft to actually go down to the surface, do their work plan on the surface, and then the lunar lander will bring them back up to the crew transport vehicle, in this case Orion. Now, long term, NASA's looking at a commercial competition, which Orion may be a strong competitor in, but that because it's a commercial competition, there are a lot of other parameters that'll be involved in that. But NASA released a request for information, so it's not a request for proposal yet, but they want to find out from industry where industry thinks it is in terms of developing a commercial lunar crew transportation system. And so again, they already have commercial contracts for the lunar landers with SpaceX and Blue Origin, and so now they're building the groundwork, laying the groundwork for an eventual commercial lunar crew transportation request and competition. And I think there was a question up here about what happens to SLS. I think the way I interpret the fiscal year 2027 budget request that was released on Friday is that's what they're looking to do is to fund SLS at basically half of its previous level. So around $1 billion a year, which is a lot of money, but it's half of what they were getting, and they're planning on using SLS through Artemis 5, and the current NASA leadership, it seems like, would want to have a commercial system in place by Artemis 6. The budget request indicates that they are open to allowing SLS to compete commercially. And so I think that's the way that they look at it. Realistically, I will be surprised if SLS is commercially competitive with so the dilemma for Washington is, if there isn't any rocket that can send either Orion or another crewed transport to the moon with crew on board, do they keep SLS around? And so we will find out. Or do they just accept another gap in capability? And again, to be fair, that's the choice. They've chosen to have a gap in capability multiple times between Apollo and Shuttle, and then between Shuttle and commercial crew to the International Space Station. So we will be waiting, kind of like last year, to see what Congress is going to decide to do. Okay, they're still running the Flight Day 4 highlights. So, Deep Space Vacation said, saying, talking about SpaceX, where SpaceX seems to be and where Blue Origin seems to be. It's actually kind of hard to tell for either of them. It's hard. Again, the Blue Origin Mark I Pathfinder, it's been relatively quiet, and so they were talking about that, 3 years ago when they won the second lunar lander contract. They were talking about Mark I. Mark I is a cargo lunar lander. They were talking about the first Pathfinder mission in 2024. So we're now 2 years past that, and they were talking about flying this mission in the first quarter of 2026 or early 2026, and really haven't said anything about a launch date recently. And so the last information that I'm aware of was in one of Eric Berger's stories for Ars Technica, where I believe he talked about what he's hearing is that the launch date is somewhere in the middle of this year. And so where that puts them relative to either SpaceX or the Chinese lunar landing program is hard to tell. And again, to be fair to Blue Origin, it's hard to tell to get a good feel for where even the Chinese are and SpaceX with Starship, because we don't really have any visibility beyond the very next launch, and the very next Starship launch is the first version 3 launch, which it sounds like is going to be another once around single orbit test flight, which is still again focused on the design revision, and again the foundational. The highest priority of the system is first reusability, but then very quickly rapid reusability. So they need that in the system first, and then they can, at some point in there, they can start to fold in what Artemis needs, which is the propellant transfer capabilities. So it's hard to tell who's leading and who isn't. If they're racing the calendar is winning. All three of them. Let me go back and check and see if we've got live commentary again. We should pretty soon. So I'm just trying to catch up here. To some extent, trying to catch up in chat. So yeah, and one of those topics after Artemis II ends will be the budget, but the budget process is long, and so there will be time to go through the details of the budget request, and then we should see at least one hearing in the House of Representatives and in the oversight either committee or subcommittee in the House of Representatives and in the Senate, and we will get some commentary and at least some feeling about how Congress views the budget request. No, not quite done. The Flight Day highlights or the Flight Day 4 highlights package is almost complete, but not quite. And so right now, the reason we're seeing blue is because we're not getting a feed from Orion all the way through the system to the YouTube live stream. It may be that the downlink video that they're getting is filtered for the moment, but it may also just be because they don't have any downlink right now. So I think we're getting all right. I'm pretty close. Crew wake up is in about 25 minutes. So this will be the. So I will switch. Okay, no. Okay. I'm trying to tell. I thought they'd gone back to that graphics visualization, not live video, but this is actually part of the Flight Day 4 highlights package. So actually, in terms of lunar rating Dragon, I'm not sure that the heat shield is necessarily the critical path. Okay, now we're back to live. Let me live. I'll go back to the live coverage. Whoops. Whoops, forgot to make it. I'll put the headphones on so I can hear. Although we may not be getting commentary immediately. But crew wake up should be at about 10:50 a.m. Central, 11:50 a.m. Eastern. So that's in about 25 minutes, give or take. So in terms of Lunar Dragon, in order to upgrade Dragon to be able to support the same requirements, not all of them, but the basics, things like supporting 4 crew for 21 days, those might be the things. That plus the whatever radiation hardening is necessary. But it may also just be the volume inside the spacecraft to store all of the consumables that they would need. Now, having said that, again, maybe if you were able to use a combination of sort of like this proposal that we read in the Bloomberg report recently, if Starship can fly that profile with Orion, then they could use Starship as a logistics carrier because it's so big. Starship will still need some level of propellant transfer capability in order to do that, and that would probably apply to Dragon as well. But it would probably be the ability to store enough consumables. So, pardon me, water, oxygen, food, poop canisters, and a toilet. And so I don't know, I've forgotten what kind of toilet Dragon has, or if they have a toilet. So, but those are the types of things those are the types of basics they need. So I know one of those capabilities that we've heard about, and they were talking about with the Orion suits, is this capability to sustain the crew in the suits for almost a week, which is a sort of raising the bar emergency capability. But I don't know. I've heard that criticized as being going too far in the extreme, because it drives a lot of other requirements and capabilities for the vehicle. And so I would imagine that, we were talking about this RFI that NASA released a little while ago for a commercial lunar crew transportation system. I would highly doubt that they will have a requirement like that when they actually get to a request for proposal. So I could probably look that up. So yeah, the way that they deal with solid waste on Orion is they have canisters where that goes, and then those are, once they are filled up, they are sealed, but they're also kept on board, whereas the liquid wastewater can be dumped overboard. And so, yeah, in terms of Dragon, I think it would require some level of financial enticement, I think, to get SpaceX leadership to come back to Dragon. They're very focused on Starship and want to use that. So that's actually an interesting point. So BLP 1991 asking, can Orion even handle the thrust that Starship would have for a reasonably short TLI, given that Orion would be facing the opposite direction it's designed for? And that's exactly one of the things that that the Orion program and the Prime Lockheed Martin are looking at. So it was an issue that was noted way back in Constellation, because they were talking about that back then. They were talking about a docked burn with, in that case, Constellation would do Earth orbit rendezvous, where Orion would dock with the lunar lander and the Earth departure stage. And so that was a two-launch or a dual-launch Earth orbit rendezvous concept of operations. But the same thing, Orion would be facing it would be an eyeballs out, essentially, TLI burn. In that case, it would have been done by the Earth departure stage. In this case, it would be done by Starship, or if eventually the Blue Origin Mark II architecture concept of operations, the Mark II concept of operations has Earth orbit rendezvous as a part of the propellant resupply, the propellant refueling, and it would, in theory, at some point would be possible to do. I don't know whether whatever the acceleration approach is that Blue Origin is working on for Artemis IV, whether that would support Earth orbit rendezvous with Orion. It doesn't sound like it because we've heard them talking about, we have heard a little bit of discussion. I believe Dr. Lori Glaze talked about, it talked about both providers wanting to move away from the gateway orbit, that near rectilinear halo orbit. So we're about 20 minutes away from the crew wake up call, and that's where I will need to make an adjustment so that I can mute the crew wake up call. Again, just one of those things where copyright gods do not allow copyrighted music to be played without permission. And so the solution for me, since I don't have permission but NASA does, is that I need to mute that audio in my live stream. And I did notice, I'd have to go and see if what they're doing for the flight day highlights, but the one of the flight day highlights packages that I saw, they don't replay the wake up music either. So actually I can go ahead and go full screen. It's just when they put up the visualization that my watermarks get in the way. Or they, that's okay. So let me make sure. So I've got the NASA live stream sound up. I'm going to take a short break here. The crew wake up is, again, and it's a little bit more than 15 minutes away. But I'll be back in a couple minutes here. I'm gonna take a short break, and then I'll come back and answer more questions while we're waiting for the crew wake up call. we're about 10 minutes, maybe more like 12 minutes. Of course, my computer clock is probably slightly off, but about 10 minutes away from the crew wake-up call for to begin flight day 5. It's funny actually, because somebody asked in the news conference yesterday, they basically asked the folks up on the podium what they thought about the fact that there's a lot of discussion about the toilet and having issues with the toilet for the first few days of the mission. And I don't know how directly the toilet design and the vent line design are coupled, but anyway, the mission management team chair, John Honeycutt, said I think I'm paraphrasing, of course, but he said he understands why people are interested. Because it's not just a nice to have capability, even for folks here at home. So like when I just took my little 3-minute break, I was using the facilities here. So once you start talking about toilet, then I think people tend to think of the pooper side of things, but this actually has to do with venting the liquid waste. And as far as I know, they haven't had any issues with solid waste. And again, it's also possible that it isn't necessarily a direct function of the toilet itself. It's about you can't flush the toilet on Orion the same way you flush the toilets on Earth, or even and they make the way that they make the toilets flush on an airplane, for instance. But so they have a bigger tank to hold some of that. And then we've also heard in the meantime that they have the ability to do some of the other things that they could do in Apollo and previous spacecraft, which is the spacecraft have the ability to dump or vent urine even back in Apollo. It's just how you got that in there so that it could be vented or dumped is different than the way that this works now. But I think that when we get there's a little bit of a lull in the activity and sort of in the sights and sounds, and the work that they're doing is maybe either a little bit more esoteric or a little bit more technical or engineering. And a lot of us here on this channel are interested in that information and those details. But issues with the toilet is something that a lot of people can identify with. Beginning tomorrow, especially as the moon gets larger and larger in the field of view, even today, but I think there will be less questions about the facilities on Orion tomorrow, and more interest in what they're seeing and doing during the lunar flyby. And so the lunar flyby is still a little more than 24 hours away, but again, by this time tomorrow, the view should be pretty spectacular, and a lot of the I'm not sure if crew wake up is probably about the same time tomorrow. No, I take that back. Well, it's about the same time. The crew wake up would be about 15 minutes earlier, so about 10:35 a.m. for flight day 6 tomorrow, 11:35 a.m. Eastern for flight day 6 tomorrow. Today, the wake up is in about 5 minutes, but then they'll get into there's a shorter. Here, I can put this up. I just have to kind of keep my ears open so that I don't get in trouble with the copyright gods. But I'm going to expand this view of the timeline, this overall timeline for the mission. So you can see the dark blue shaded regions are the actual sleep themselves, but then you have these gray bars in front of them, which are on the front is pre-sleep and on the back is post-sleep. And you can see there's a little bit less time on flight day 6 because over here you can see there's a little bit different. Oh, and I take that back. It's about the same. It's just shifted a little bit. But they're going to get started a little earlier tomorrow. So actually, I may have misspoke. So let me look at that. So actually, no, that's right. Or it's this. Yeah. Okay. Okay, it is on there correctly. So they're shifting 1 hour earlier tomorrow, and then they shift back an hour on after flight day 6 going into flight day 7. So actually, crew wake up tomorrow would be around 9:50 a.m. Central, 10:50 a.m. Eastern. And then they do get the standard post-sleep period, and but then they get in. You can see the activities. The activities tomorrow begin about an hour earlier, but they're shifting their whole schedule, and the work day today will be a little. It's also Sunday, which has there are some traditions with that, and so the work day may be a little bit more compressed. And there may not be as much of, they may be giving the crew a little bit of extra rest today because tomorrow is a big day. So I'm listening slightly ahead.
This is Mission Control Houston coming to you live from the Artemis Flight Control Room here at the Johnson Space Center. We are at a mission elapsed time of 3 days, 17 hours, 11 minutes and counting, and you are seeing live views from the Orion spacecraft's solar array wings cameras of the moon. Currently, the Orion spacecraft is about 213,000 miles and counting away from the Earth and about 65,000 miles away from the moon. As mentioned, we are at a mission elapsed time of 3 days, 17 hours, 12 minutes and counting, and we are now seeing live views that have been switched up of our crescent blue marble, our home planet. Later today, when we get to a mission elapsed time of 4 days, 6 hours, and 2 minutes and counting, we actually will enter the lunar sphere of influence. That is when the gravitational pull from the moon is stronger than that of Earth. That's actually how Orion is able to do its free return trajectory around the moon. Now, the crew will be actually waking up in just under 12 minutes from now. And the focus for this upcoming flight day is a detailed flight test objective on the Orion crew entry and survival suits. They will do basic operations in their pressurized suit, such as eating, drinking, taking pills, etc. So we can learn more from this test flight. The team will also be practicing for entry day suit up procedures rather. So hopefully we get great views and a lot of looks at those orange flight suits that we saw during launch. We will continue to keep you updated, but we are standing by for crew wake in just over 11 minutes and counting. For now, this is Mission Control Houston.
Okay, so the wake up is actually at the top of the hour. So rather than not 10:50 a.m. Central, but 11 a.m. Central. So basically at noon Eastern. So unfortunately, the overview timelines are really only show 15-minute blocks. Not that big of a deal. It's just some. I just need to know when to be ready. That's an interesting question. The impact of lunar gravity for the body on a physiological, biological basis. It'll be similar to when crews started to stay on board the International Space Station on long crew rotations. It's going to be a while before they're going to be able to do that on the moon. But that will be something that information and data that will be interesting to compare to the space station, which is more of a microgravity. But as Joker says, so far we've only seen crews on the moon for a few days. So now we're a little less than 10 minutes away from the crew wake up. So public affairs commentator in Mission Control noting when the crew wake up, instead of around now, it's going to be at the top of the hour. And so 11 a.m. Central, noon Eastern. For the updated lunar landing, or the updated Artemis manifest, is Artemis 3 is going to be a low Earth orbit rendezvous and docking flight test with Orion and one or both of the lunar landers, basically a prototype that works in Earth orbit. So the idea behind that type of a flight test is to check out the, kind of like with Artemis II, to check out those lunar landers' environmental control and life support systems and their ability also to rendezvous and dock with Orion. But that, in theory, could be done possibly, for instance, for Starship. You might be able to do that mission without any propellant refueling at all. Artemis 4 is now the first lunar landing attempt, and then Artemis 5 would also be a lunar landing attempt. And now the Gateway is not involved in those missions at all. They are just pure lunar landing missions. The content, the length of the stay for Artemis 4 on the lunar surface, the landing site are to be, I guess, to be refined, to be determined. I know Dr. Lori Glaze, who's the head of the Exploration Mission Directorate for NASA, said they would still desire to land at the South Pole, but the landing is more important than where they land on the moon. And so if it helps, so to speak, for them to land in a more equatorial region, then that is a trade-off that they're at least open to. And then in terms of, again, how long they're going to be on the lunar surface, that also is probably going to be driven more by what is either Starship or Blue Moon capable of at the beginning of 2028. So if we were to see, certainly for Artemis 4, since that's the first lunar landing, and again, the accomplishment itself is the highest priority for Artemis 4. So in a lot of ways, it's like Apollo 11. So any landing, not that you can walk away from, but any successful landing, whether even if the stay on the surface is relatively short, would be considered successful. It doesn't necessarily have to be at the South Pole. They don't have to necessarily stay for very long. But all of those things are desirable. Landing at the South Pole, staying perhaps for as much as a week, but that week, the week-long surface stay, at least in some respects, was driven by the Gateway orbit that they were targeting before, because the period of that orbit is 6.5 days long, and so it wasn't as practical to lift off and return to Orion anywhere in between that 6.5 days. If they go with a different type of an orbit, and they're looking at an orbit that had one of the alternative orbits is not a low lunar orbit, but it's an orbit that has a low lunar orbit periapsis or paraloon of about 100 kilometers, and I have to keep an eye on the time, and it has a apoloon or apoapsis of about 4,500 kilometers. That is something that they've looked at it a couple of times. And SLS with its current upper stage, the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, and it would also be able to do this with Centaur 5 purely from a performance standpoint, because Centaur 5 should have better performance than ICPS. But they should both be able to do that. SLS should be able to get to that orbit, and then that orbit you could launch and launch the lander and get back to Orion in much less time, under a day. I think they were talking about something like 9 hours maybe, from, so in the case of an abort, for instance, or for some reason there was some sort of a contingency or some issue where you needed to get off the surface and get back to Orion as soon as you could. I think it was on the order of about 9 hours for that particular orbit. Different staging orbits could have different abort times. So I think now we're standing by in a couple of minutes. For the crew wake up. And so I'm listening. I guess I'm probably just going to, since we're not hearing any commentary ahead of that, I'm probably just going to go ahead and mute the sound. Until after they finish playing it. And then I'll try and unmute it before the public affairs commentator says what it is, because there are a lot of people who are interested in those statistics about what crew wake-up calls are played when. So right now, in theory, so the question is, what are the astronauts doing? Right now, in theory, they're still sleeping, but it's also possible that some of them are up and trying to just be quiet, and doing something quietly until the crew sleep period is officially over, which will be in the next couple of minutes or so.
This is Apollo 16 astronaut Charlie Duke. John Young and I landed on the moon in 1972 in the lunar module we named Orion. I'm glad to see a different kind of Orion helping return humans to the moon as America charts the course to the lunar surface. Below you on the moon is a photo of my family. I pray it reminds you that we in America and all of the world are cheering you on. Thanks to you and the whole team on the ground for building on our Apollo legacy with Artemis. Godspeed and safe travels home.
I don't know if I picked that up quickly enough, but that was That was Charlie Duke after they played the wake up music with a greeting for the crew. So Charlie Duke was, I think, if I unmuted it fast enough. So yeah, Charlie Duke was the lunar module pilot on Apollo 16. If you recall the Apollo 11 lunar landing audio, he was the Capcom for the lunar descent for Apollo 11. I believe this seems to be the convention for the wake up wake up audio, or whatever you call it, for crew wake up, which is they'll play music, and if I recall correctly, the crew selects the music pre-flight, but then they also will play something. They'll play something at the tail, on the tail, after the music, like that greeting for the crew. Interesting that we haven't. Typically, we will hear something either from the ground or from Orion or from the spacecraft shortly after. So I guess we'll just have to stand by here to hear from either Capcom or the crew or the public affairs commentator. But that was. They played the wake up music and a greeting from Apollo 16 astronaut Charlie Duke. And that should begin the crew's flight day 5. And this is not live video. This is graphics that depict the spacecraft orientation relative to the sun, the earth, and the moon, although in this we can only see sunlight and the moon. But this does provide a reasonably accurate depiction of the current spacecraft attitude. This is the tail to sun attitude that they like to fly in. It's the best thermal attitude for long durations. And then in the lower right, you can see the current velocity of the spacecraft relative to Earth, 1,650 miles per hour. So yes, SI units. And I thought I saw some RCS thruster firings there. That's another thing that these graphics depict, are when they do show engine activity, which is, they typically do not want, don't need to do a lot at this time, but every once in a while they'll do that. The spacecraft is over 214,000 miles from Earth now, and 65,000 miles from the moon. Here we go. So here comes the PAO commentator.
This is Mission Control Houston in the Artemis Flight Control Room here at the Johnson Space Center. You recently heard today's wake-up call to the Artemis II crew aboard the Integrity spacecraft, marking the start of Flight Day 5 activities. The song you heard was Working Class Heroes or Work by CeeLo Green, as well as a message from the Apollo 16 astronaut Charlie Duke. As I've reported earlier in this shift today during Orbit 3, today is the day the spacecraft enters the lunar sphere of influence. This happens during the crew's pre-sleep period at a mission elapsed time of 4 days, 6 hours, 2 minutes, and 51 seconds. What a great message to kick off their day. For now, this is Mission Control Houston.
So you could see up on the displays in the flight control room, they had the Artemis logos there instead of the blue screen. But that also indicates that even Mission Control is not currently getting a video signal from the spacecraft. The let's see, somebody was asking, BLP 1991 is asking, am I mistaken to believe that Orion would return to Earth whether or not it encounters the moon and the moon's gravity? It's an interesting question, but the way that they designed this trajectory, and there was an interesting interview a couple of hours ago, a little more than almost 3 hours ago on the NASA live stream, but the trajectory is intentionally using the moon's gravity as a part of this free return trajectory. So Orion is going to arrive at the moon's orbit, and it will pass in front of the moon and loop around the moon. And as Orion passes the moon will pull it back towards Earth, and that gravity assist is part of the trajectory design. If they were to just fly out randomly towards the lunar distance, you could still design a trajectory that it would still come back towards Earth, but it would be a different type of an orbital trajectory. So in terms of wake up music selections, I believe that's at least the crew. There may be a committee that the crew is on that chooses the wake up music. So that would be up to them. If they wanted to play Guns N' Roses, they could. I believe that is allowed. Although I was talking about the copyright issues that I have to deal with, and a lot of other people do, but maybe I would imagine that NASA is asking for permission to play these, but it's possible that they're basically only getting permission to play them once, and not necessarily over and over. Now, having said that, I'd have to go back and watch like the Flight Day 4 highlights and some of the other highlights, but the one that I saw, they did not replay the music. So we all have to be cognizant of copyright. Sorry about that. Having some hotel networking hiccups here again. So there may be a few of them in the next few minutes. And so I'll need to check. I'm going to need to check what's going on. It is also possible that it's just that the local network is saturated. Oops. It is Easter Sunday. And that's not... I may just have to... It's better. It's. Well, I'm not sure if it's better than DSL. It probably is, but it's not. It is not high def capable, and it is essentially a party line. So, let me. I'm going to make another attempt to stabilize things here. So stand by. I will update in chat if things get hairy. Hopefully that fixed it. This is one of those deals where the hotel wants you to reauthorize, I guess, or re-log in. And so the odd thing is that one laptop that happened on one laptop yesterday and is only now happening to the other one. It's almost a day later. It's possible that the crew it's interesting. Oh, okay, that feed's reloading. So there, yeah, as this connection, as I'm reconnected here, there may be a little bit of steering. There may be some steering and correcting here. Yeah, so Maurice is asking, did they oversleep? I imagine that they heard them. It's maybe there is something. We haven't heard anything from public affairs. But it's possible that the crew, maybe the crew made a right, as Joker's saying, maybe they made a private call to start the day. But it is also, I don't know that it's also necessary, or we do typically hear just an acknowledgement of the wake-up call. So it's, I don't know, maybe there's, let me see if there's any air-to-ground or Orion to Earth communication on the live views. I'm not seeing any. I'm just seeing a blue screen over there right at the moment. But there's a 2 hours or so of post sleep for the crew to get up and do the types of things that we all do when we get up. So there isn't, we'll hear, as I was saying earlier in the stream, when there's operational air-to-ground or Orion to Earth communications, we'll hear more activity when they're into their workday. So yeah, we're kind of waiting to hear. We did hear from the PAO console right after the wake up music and greeting, but we haven't heard too much since then. So we're sort of standing by to hear what to get a little bit more color about what is the current status. The crew, the wake up was about 20 minutes ago. The lead science officer, Dr. Kelsey Young, is going to talk about. She talked a little bit about the lunar flyby coming up tomorrow, but she's going to talk about it a little bit more. But I believe when she was talking about it yesterday, she said they always knew that the crew was going to see half of the moon lit and the other half not. And it just depended on when they launched. And so I think as it turns out, given the launch date, she said they will see part of the near side but also some of the dark side, some of the far side or dark side. So they will see. I don't know that, I can't remember if she quantified that or not, but they're going to see. I think they released a picture yesterday, which showed the Orenthal. I think it's called Orenthal crater, or Orenthal. So they. Let me go back to the question again. So what we're seeing right now, I believe, is it's just animation that is synced to the current spacecraft attitude and location relative to the moon, which you can see in the graphic, but also to the sun, because you're seeing the spacecraft in a tail to sun attitude, and then you can't see Earth from this vantage point in the visualization, but it is how Orion is oriented to all of them. So we're kind of standing by here to hear from both the crew and the Capcom and the public affairs commentator. So there's the question, the what if question from Roy. The Orion is on a free return trajectory, so the trajectory will precisely take them in front of the moon, about a little bit less than 5,000, I believe, nautical miles in front of the moon, and they will, because of that pass, they will, the moon's gravity will pull them back, will slingshot them back towards Earth. But that's part of the design of the trajectory. So now we switched back to, maybe we will hear from the PAO commentator now. So now we've got a live view from the one of the solar array wing cameras again. So I can switch back to the big view. So they will not overshoot the moon. They're on a trajectory that's going to pass very close by the moon, and part of that trajectory uses the lunar gravity assist to bring them back to Earth. So Oker59 is asking about the part of the wake up, whatever you call it. It's not, obviously wasn't music. They played a wake up music selection, but then they also played a recorded message from Charlie Duke. So if you go to the NASA stream, if you go to the NASA live stream directly and click back about half an hour, you can if you want to listen to the music, I have to mute it here because of copyright issues. But if you go to the NASA, let's see, what's it called, the Artemis II live mission coverage stream, and go back about half an hour, because the wake up music was played at 11 a.m. Central, noon Eastern. You can listen to the music and you can listen to Charlie Duke's message. We're still waiting to get just kind of a status from the public affairs commentator, and just to hear from the Capcom and the crew after wake up. But they are still technically in their post-sleep. It's a couple of hours long. Let me double check that. Yes, 2 hour. Yeah, so it's a 2 hour long period before they officially start their work day, and today's flight day 5. So they will make a very small trajectory correction burn today. It's so they had three placeholders for outbound trajectory corrections, and they also have 3 placeholders for return trajectory correction maneuvers if they needed it, but they canceled the first 2 placeholders opportunities because the trajectory was accurate enough. They didn't need to make a lot of fine tuning, but they will do one burn today to fine tune the trajectory, because they are aiming for a very specific. They're targeting a relatively small area in the Eastern Pacific Ocean where they want to splash down. So the current trajectory would get them into that area, but they want to accurately target their splashdown area, and they also have to watch the weather forecasts, and so they may actually have to retarget the splashdown area to if the weather in the target splashdown area is not good enough. And they did this for Artemis I as well. Okay. Hearing an announcement now.
This is Mission Control Houston in the Artemis Flight Control Room here at the Johnson Space Center. At a mission elapsed time of 3 days, 17 hours, 56 minutes and counting, we are continuing to provide you live coverage of the Artemis II mission.
Needed to goose the... Oddly, the sound was up to date, but the picture froze.
The crew was woken up about 30 minutes ago, and this morning's wake-up song that you may have heard is Working Class Heroes or Work by CeeLo Green, and we also had a message from Apollo 16 astronaut Charlie Duke. Towards the end of today's flight day, the spacecraft enters the lunar sphere of influence. That's during the crew's sleep. The lunar sphere of influence essentially means that the moon's gravitational pull is stronger than that of the Earth. That gets us closer and closer to flight day 6, which is when the crew will conduct the lunar flyby. Currently, Orion is 215,000 miles away from the Earth and 64,000 miles away from the moon. The Orbit 1 team has recently arrived on console, and we continue to conduct our handover activities. We'll continue to also provide you with real-time updates, but for now, this is Mission Control Houston.
So the question about Charlie Duke's message, it sounded like it was a recorded message that was played about 30 minutes ago. There was let's see, where did it go? I saw a question. Jeffrey is asking what carrier is assigned for recovery. It was launch date dependent. It probably wasn't April launch date dependent, but I spoke with one of the landing and recovery folks almost a year ago now. Actually, it was over a year ago now. And she was saying that it depend which recovery vessel depended on which month they. And so I think I tried. I asked again. Let's see. This would have been back in. Was it in January? I guess it would have been all the way back in January when the vehicle rolled out to the pad for the first time, and it was still which vessel it was kind of still to be determined. I'd have to go back and look, but for they have these types of ships. They have several of them. And so it just depended again on, the assignment would rotate, I believe, from one launch period to another. And so we'll find out. I guess it's possible we could ask now. If I remember, I'll try and follow. I'll try and ask. But we should see. I'm at least anticipating, but I can't guarantee. But I'm anticipating that when the ship arrives back in the port in San Diego with Orion, that there will be a media event. And so at that point, we would certainly find out which one it is and was. But actually come to think of course, during the coverage of the splashdown and recovery of the crew and then also the spacecraft, we should also be able to identify the ship number at that point. But I'll see if I can find out, because they should be more or less on station, I would imagine, at this point. I believe they deploy, although that's not a horrible question either, which is to ask if they've already deployed or not. But I believe they do, because they need to support that 24-hour orbit, that high Earth orbit that they go into was, again, a risk reduction. And so they would have wanted to be on station off of San Diego in case they were no-go for the TLI burn and they came home after 24 hours, then obviously they would need to support. Now that they're, now that they made the TLI burn on Thursday night and they're, well past that, they're committed to going around the moon, which means that the earliest that they could return is in that kind of Friday, April 10th timeframe. But I would imagine that they planned on being out, especially given the situation where this is a short mission because it's a test flight shakedown for the crewed Orion. Again, bigger picture, you have that two demonstration flight sequence. We saw the same thing with Dragon, and we're now seeing the same thing with Orion and SLS. There's first an uncrewed demonstration and then a crewed demonstration test flight. So for Artemis, obviously, Artemis I was the uncrewed test flight back in late 2022. Now Artemis II is the crewed test flight. But it's only a 10-day mission, and so it's a short enough deployment that if I recall correctly, they when they deployed for a flight day 2 possibility of a return, just in case possibility, they probably planned on just staying out in the splashdown area. And of course, they ended up relocating for Artemis I, so they were already probably out on station and then relocated because of weather, and we could see the same thing again this time. It just, again, depends on the weather. So if we're talking about are we to the moon yet? This view, let me double check and make sure that the screen's not frozen. This is a more or less live view from Orion from a camera on the tip of one of the 4 solar array wings. So you can see the moon in the distance and Orion in the distance on the right and Orion in the foreground on the left. They will fly about a little bit around 5,000 miles or so above the surface of the moon tomorrow in about, I guess it's a little bit less than 30 hours from now. So in the late afternoon, early evening tomorrow, Monday. So they're not quite there yet, but they are getting close. The question in chat is if the source of the... I'm trying to remember how Debbie Korth described it yesterday, because it was a good analogy. What she talked about was the kind of smell when the first time that you run the heater in the fall or in the winter, there's a little bit of a smell that you get. And when they initially reported it, they noted that it was something that they had been advised they might smell when they operated the toilet. So, and I can't remember the phrase she used, but it was a good analogy, because it was that kind of idea that it wasn't they are looking, they're looking at their data and they're looking for, something that's overheating in terms of moving parts of the system, and they weren't seeing, an excessive current draw or an excessive or low pump speeds or a lower rotation speed. So they weren't seeing any indications of a problem with the equipment. It's just something it's a smell that they reported. Just, again, it's a test flight, and so we haven't heard them talk about that since then. So it's probably, again, it's just one of those things. So again, like after you turn your heater on for the first time in a long time, and you'll get that, yeah, as Jeffrey's saying, it was that kind of analogy. It's like you get that the first time or a couple times that the heater goes off or goes on, and then eventually it goes away. So it may be that was, so it's, and they talk about, I think it's called, the acronym is AGA. It's called an anomalous gas analyzer. So they have a sniffer, I guess, that can sample, that can take samples of the atmosphere in a particular area of the spacecraft and identify constituent elements. And they just, they couldn't, it's like the crew could pick up something that was just smelled different than everything else, but the instruments not necessarily. So, and so, yeah, it's interesting. Although again, I don't necessarily watch the space station crews, and I'm not sure that they continue with the wake up music every day or not, but I don't know that this is out of the ordinary across missions. But yeah, we haven't heard the crew yet, but it may also be that they don't need anything yet. So yeah, we have not heard the crew or the Capcom call. Assuming I have that I have the audio up correctly, but we have not heard any calls on the Orion to Earth communications channels since the wake up. But again, just to put it in context, when the crew wakes up, they have 2 hours of post sleep, where again they do the types of things we all do when we get up in the morning. Those are not necessarily work related things right away. So yeah, the Flyby Primes was talking about, what it could be this or could be that. I think Debbie Korth talked about, maybe something that was outgassing temporarily. Yeah, it's possible that they're doing some. It's possible that they're having a discussion about the toilet on a private channel, perhaps. So it may be that the reason that they are communicating with the ground, we don't know. That has not been confirmed, but it's possible they're having a private communication. And sometimes that's one of the first things that happens during the day is a private conference. So we'll just have to stand by and wait to hear what they're to get an update on that.
This is the Artemis Flight Control Room here at the Johnson Space Center. We are coming to you live with our 24/7 continuous coverage. At a mission elapsed time of 3 days, 18 hours, 11 minutes, and counting, the crew was woken up just not too long ago. The Orbit 1 team has come on console, and we are conducting handover activities as we speak. We'll continue to follow operations here in Mission Control. I'm Nilofer Ramji, and going to be handing over now to our Orbit 1 commentator, Leah Cheshire Mustachio. She'll take you through the next few hours as we kick off Flight Day 5 of the Artemis II mission. And later, our Orbit 2 commentator, Anna Schneider, who will know, she'll know when the crew enters the lunar sphere of influence. So really exciting day ahead, but for now, we leave you with live views from the Orion spacecraft of our moon.
So it may just be that it may be a combination of things, and just that the crew, if this is the fifth flight day, this is the fourth wake up, and they may have just, it's one of those things where if the crew doesn't need anything, the ground can see, all of the spacecraft data. They're getting video. They may actually be able to see video inside, but they're not not showing it. And they're doing a shift handover from the Orbit 3 overnight shift to the Orbit 1 flight control team. And so that all of those things may be contributing to it being a little quieter today, at least to begin with. So while we're waiting, let me go back and see, was there... So let's see what what is it? Have I got this right? Like Silver the Reviewer asking, do you think Starship will be ready for the next Artemis missions? And as was responded, as Joker responded, yeah, 50-50 is probably a good. It's really, again, I said it a lot in the videos. Like I haven't done a video in a while because we've been doing live coverage because we're now covering something that is essentially in real time. But really, the question isn't so much. Let me go back and check what exactly said. But it is it's the old phrase. It's the old saying. It's not a question of if; it's a question of when. And that's really the question for both Starship and Blue Moon, the two lunar lander concepts that are being that SpaceX and Blue Origin are going to be the providers for, is just when are they going to be ready? It is more difficult for them to be ready in a year to support the Artemis III mission, or in less than 2 years to support the Artemis IV mission, than to be ready at some in 5 years or 4 years. So the more time, the more time that you give them, the more likely they are to eventually get there, and maybe get there a little early for a particular time that you give them. So it's really more about, really the big question for both of them isn't so much if as when. It's like that is the question. And it's for a lot of things. So it isn't just the ultimate lunar lander that's going to fly Artemis 4, but then, or the hardware that's going to support Artemis 3. It's how are they going to get from here in April 2026 to having an HLS prototype that can support Artemis 3 in not much more than a year. I mean, a year from now, we would probably want to see the hardware that's going to fly Artemis 3 in prep, being in final preparations to launch, because we will see that for if and you could say the same thing for Orion and SLS. By this time next year, we're going to need to see, we're practically going to need to see Orion and SLS stacked on Mobile Launcher 1 in the VAB. Again, maybe give or take a month or so, but certainly by this time, a year from now, we would need to see SLS stacked, and we would need to see Orion getting really close to being stacked in a year from now for Artemis 3, if they're going to fly it in mid-2027. But then the hypothetical question is, what's the point of doing that if the landers aren't going to be ready? And so that's where all of these questions come from, which is, well, so how do they figure that out? NASA's got to be in contact with SpaceX and Blue Origin. And so would they just preemptively stack SLS and then just let it sit there? Because SLS does have some life-limited items, even though they stacked the Artemis 1 boosters for almost 2 years. It might not. The question is, would you do that if you didn't have a lot of confidence that one of the providers is going to be ready? So, there's a lot of questions. So that's why the question is when. Like, the big picture question is when for everybody. But certainly, it's more so for the lunar landers, just because we have so little insight into what's happening with them right now. So Joker's saying the problem with HLS with the HLS is nobody knows anything yet. I'm paraphrasing. Not even the contractors. I guess I would argue that the contractors might not know the dates, but I do think the contractors have a good idea about their current status, and they could probably give NASA, I guess, what I would call green light and yellow light schedules. And if you want to use that analogy, they could, the question is, what's the difference between a green light schedule and a motorcade schedule? Again, where, this is when we'll be ready if there are no hiccups at all, green light schedule. And then this is when we'll be ready in a motorcade schedule. You don't even have to worry about the lights. Like, you're just flooring it, and you don't even have to look. You don't even have to check your blind spots. So it's sort of another level of optimism above a green light schedule. So, but right now we don't know. But having said that, I do think that Blue Origin and SpaceX have a pretty good idea about where they are right now. Not sure whether y'all can hear it or not, but can hear housekeeping out in the hallway. Hopefully this is enough of a directional mic that it's not too loud. Although I know you all have been able to hear the air conditioner in here from time to time. All right. Let me just quickly make sure that I can hear the public affairs comment. I guess we are there. They are doing a shift handover, so we should hear from Lee Cheshire. Have I got that right? Lee Cheshire Mustachio here. She's the public affairs commentator for the Orbit 1 flight control team that's coming on console. But so Brian's asking, shouldn't a crew have been named by now? Pardon me. I assume you're asking about Artemis III. So now Artemis III's changed from, it was a couple of months ago, or certainly at the beginning of the year, supposed to be the first lunar landing mission. Now the first lunar landing mission was pushed to Artemis IV, and in its place for Artemis III will be a low Earth orbit rendezvous and docking test flight. But what I think what it sounds like is that a couple of things. They haven't seemed to want to name a crew until after Artemis II flies. So here we are. Artemis II is in flight. It should have wrapped up in the next. It should splashdown is targeted for Friday. Sounds like we're hearing a call.
Houston Integrity for PCD1.
Go ahead, Reed. Good morning.
Hey, Mike. You all can access PCD1. I did compose quite a large number of emails yesterday, so I've tried a couple different ways, including the mission summary notes to salvage those, and then I'll just hope that we have some success today. But go ahead and get on PCD1 and let us know when we can have it back.
All right, Reed, we will put in work right now, so we're going to hop on PCD1. It was great working with all of y'all. I'm handing over here to Jams shortly, and this is my last shift here with y'all, so it's been a great pleasure. Y'all are doing awesome, and can't wait to see y'all back stateside.
Thanks, Mike. Absolutely excellent. If you want to do one final count check, we can switch over to any OE that you want. We can do as many as you want. And then one parting word, if you could please contact Frank Rubio and have him tell my kids to start emailing the other crew members here so that I can at least talk to them. That would be a huge, huge help. Thank you.
Hey, Reed, that's a simple thing. I'll make sure it gets done. Have a good one.
Mike, Integrity, ComCheck.
Christine, I got you loud and clear. How about me?
Yeah, buddy, we have you the same. It's been great working with you. Thank you for all the help and support.
For sure. Y'all have been amazing. I've loved every minute of it.
Yeah, it is interesting. This is definitely not a. I guess this Outlook configuration is would be something that you would see sort of in an enterprise style workplace, but they don't have internet access on the spacecraft. So the way that this would be essentially a private network, which probably has does not have continuous network access even. So how you do a sort of part-time offline sync with Outlook, and I haven't used that version of Outlook in a long time either. Casey was wondering if they're exercising. I think they may actually have to coordinate that with the ground, because that does affect flight control.
Good morning, good afternoon, happy Easter to all of you who celebrate, and welcome to the Artemis Mission Control Room here at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. We are starting Flight Day 5. The astronauts just woke up at 11:05 a.m. Central Time. Currently, the teams are handing over from Orbit 1 from the Orbit 3 team to the Orbit 1 team led by Jeff Radigan here in Mission Control. It's going to be a busy day for the crew with their Ox suit demo, in which they will be donning their spacesuits rapidly as if they were in an emergency. Currently, Orion is over 63,000 miles away from the moon, 215,000 miles away from our home planet Earth. We are MET, mission elapsed time, 3 days, 18 hours, and 28 minutes.
I see. So in terms of the moon wobbling in the picture, these GoPro cameras that are on the ends of the solar array wings. Of course, yes. Anything like if significant movement in the crew module, like exercise, and I believe they lock the solar array wings in place for that. I'm not sure if they're locked at this point. But then we also see, the spacecraft is trying to maintain to some extent, trying to maintain a tail to sun attitude. It does not have to be very accurate, but when the spacecraft gets far enough out of attitude, then the reaction control system thrusters will pulse to get to bring it back to more or less centered. And so it's possible that shaking may have had to do with a quick attitude adjustment by the Orion flight control system, and you do that by pulsing the RCS thrusters. So it seems like we're starting to hear a little bit more activity now that the flight control has shifted from Orbit 3 to Orbit 1. and we're about halfway through the cruise post-sleep period. I guess you could say that's another thing that most of us do after we wake up is, although in this case they can't check their phones, but they can check their laptops. I guess a lot of us probably do both after we get up. So they're doing that kind of thing too. And you heard Commander Reed Weissman talking about, I guess, between they're having to share. I'm not sure if they're tablets. They may be, tablets versus PC laptops. Although I'm pretty sure they have both. But I think one of them had failed, and so I think they may be using 3 of them between the 4 crew members. And so he was asking. He radioed down a request for his family to email somebody else so that he can get email them back. Yeah, Pasanic, I hope I'm not butchering that horribly, talking about somebody putting these solar array wing videos into a time lapse. Somebody did that for at least a significant period of time for Artemis I, and that was a good way to illustrate the way that the spacecraft, quote unquote, holds the tail to sun attitude. And you could see because you could see, I believe, I can't remember if it was the Earth or the Moon, but you could see it move kind of in a square motion as the flight control system was occasionally adjusting, keeping it within sort of a box, but you would see it drift in the picture in sort of a pattern over time. And you would probably see the same thing with the moon here. So Green Shiner 1 asking, is the moon's gravity strong enough to alter course? They were talking about the spacecraft entering the lunar sphere of influence. Let me look and see what that... Let me see. It may not be exactly the same because the time that was talked about, because the time in this pre-flight plan was so this would have been calculated a little bit less than 3 weeks ago, but it was for this launch on April 1st. But they talked about the spacecraft entering the lunar sphere of influence at around a mission elapsed time of 4 days, 6 hours, and 38 minutes. And so that would be, liftoff was around 5:35 p.m. Central, 6:35 p.m. Eastern. So add 6.5 hours or so to that. So that's pretty late that'll be overnight, I guess, but overnight tonight into tomorrow. So overnight Sunday into Monday. So that would be what? A little bit after midnight Central, I think, or maybe closer to 1. Actually, well, I guess it would be closer to 1 a.m. Central, technically tomorrow, Monday, April 6th. And so closer to 2 a.m. Eastern tomorrow. But that may have changed by a little. That may have changed a little bit based on, different, the actual trajectory and the actual TLI trajectory they got. So again, just to remind, this is a lunar flyby. It is the Orion is not going into orbit. They'll fly by the moon once and they will actually fly in front of the moon, and when they swing around, the moon will give it a gravity assist and bring it back towards Earth. But that's part of the trajectory design, is where you fly, and so they're going to fly in front of it, and then as they loop around it, they'll get that slingshot effect from the lunar gravity that is again part of the trajectory, and it'll again sets them up. That's a part of the free return trajectory, and they won't be making any maneuvers or burns tomorrow. The only maneuvers that they're going to make a maneuver later today, later in the workday, a trajectory correction burn, an outbound trajectory correction burn to adjust their flyby trajectory a little bit. And then they're probably going to make at least one final trajectory correction maneuver on the return leg, but they may make a couple of adjustments. It's just a question of whether they want to make one fine adjustment or a couple of finer adjustments later in the mission. The crew wake up was at 11 a.m., so about an hour and 15 minutes ago, 11 a.m. Central Time. That's about an hour and 15 minutes ago, and the post-sleep period is, for bookkeeping purposes, is about 2 hours. So we should expect the work day to begin at the top of the next hour, so about 1 p.m. Central, 2 p.m. Eastern. And the public affairs commentator was talking about this. Okay.
Houston, Integrity, if you can give us an early go to deconfigure dot camera, I'll set up the HHP.
Hey, give us a couple minutes. We're going to send a few commands to get that docking camera ready, and we'll come right back here shortly to let you know.
Sounds good, Mike.
So it sounds like they may be, not sure if they're getting set up to go to take some of the video on board inside or not. But they are doing some configurations of that. So, and I'm going to have to head out in a couple of hours, actually a little bit less than a couple of hours, to the Space Center for an interview, and then I'll have to figure out when I'm going to come back. But for the time being, I'll plan on hanging out for the next couple of hours or so, a little short of that, and then. What I'm thinking today is I'll probably end this live stream and then start a new one when I get back. But the question was, when do I think we'll start seeing significant milestones for Artemis III? I suppose arguably you could say that we've already seen one, which is the solid rocket boosters for the aft segments of the SLS solid rocket boosters for Artemis III are already on their way from Utah to the Kennedy Space Center. So we should be able to hopefully we will see those arrive. We won't see them come to the rail cars come to a stop near the rotation processing and surge facility, but we should see those segments at the Kennedy Space Center hopefully the next week or so. Somewhat after they arrive there. And then we may also see the top 4/5 of the core stage, which is being worked on by Boeing in New Orleans. Those could be shipping to Kennedy Space Center in the next month or so as well. So, one moment. I'm heating up some lunch, but let's see. So the aft segments for the Artemis III SLS boosters are on their way from Utah to Florida. We could see the core stage, or the upper 4/5 of the core stage, on their way from New Orleans to Florida in the next month. We may see some of the Orion milestones in the next. What they were saying was by sometime in the summer or towards the end of the summer, we should see the Artemis III Orion stacked, so to speak. So the crew module should be mated to the service module. So we should be seeing several milestones, and really another one that is important is to see the mobile launcher that just launched the Artemis II vehicle roll back to the VAB. And there's some refurbishment work that has to happen out at the pad. They're still doing damage assessments and triage, trying to figure out, what needs the most work, what's the work that they need to do outside before they can come back inside to the VAB. Pardon me. And so that's something we'll be looking for. But when that will be an important milestone when the mobile launcher rolls back to the VAB, and that should be in the next handful of weeks. I think sort of the conservative. Well, I probably shouldn't. But the estimate I heard was maybe on the order of 6 weeks, because they, in addition to the refurbishment, they also want to do a couple of tests that they had deferred. So they want to do some additional crew access arm swing tests. They want to test that contingency pad access system. They came very close to actually using it, and that would have essentially been their demonstration, their quote-unquote verification and validation. But they still want to do that while they're out at the pad. And they also want to, what was the other thing? I think those were some of the main things. And one of the other things they were talking about was if they need to do any welding at all, any hot work on the mobile launcher, that needs to happen outside. So that will definitely need to happen at the pad before they roll back. Other types of refurbishment work, if it doesn't require hot work, they can do that inside the VAB. So we should be seeing a lot of work in the next, certainly in the next 6 months. But we may see a couple of visible milestones for Artemis III in the next month or so. Let's see, was it Brian who was asking how far they were away from Earth? Brian was asking how far away from Earth are they. The NASA has a tracking site or a real-time tracker site. You can find it at nasa.gov/track Artemis. I believe it's track Artemis. Track Artemis being all one word for the website. I have been having some processing difficulties when I try and bring it up here on the laptops in a hotel. So when they don't have live, we'll get that when we'll get that on the live coverage when they don't have live video from Orion. But I think somebody here was able to just cite that because they can refer either to that or another reference website that's got real-time data. And so there's JC posting the link. If you go to that link, then it has a link. That link has a link. Oh boy. All right, that was Nightbot's being a little bit too aggressive there. Let me see if I can. Sorry about that. Let me see if I can. Let me see if I can show that. Shoot. All right. Well, I definitely need to tweak. I guess the problem is it's like, yeah. Let me see if I can post that link here. Yeah, I know you all don't like moderation, but it's unfortunately I do not have any hired hands to. Actually, this is the redirected link for Artemis II. But
Integrity crew, you are go to shut down the docking cam.
So yeah, as JC says, the problem is how much you can filter.
Good day, Jenny, and thanks.
Oh, that's interesting. It's actually delayed here. Yeah, that's Carl, the killer gamer. Nice words from Charlie Duke earlier. Yes, he. For those who missed the wake up music, including those of you who are tuned in here because of the copyright issues, I did try to unmute after the music stopped playing, and after the music stopped playing, then they then played a recorded message from Charlie Duke, the lunar module pilot on Apollo 16. And in his message, he noted that the lunar module on Apollo 16 was named Orion. I guess the command module, I believe, was Casper. But we're still actually. Let me make sure my screen isn't frozen again. It looks like it's relatively close, or it doesn't look like it got stuck this time. But yeah, we're looking at a live view of. Getting PIO here. So I will.
This is Artemis Mission Control at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, with a mission elapsed time of 3 days, 18 hours, and 56 minutes since the launch of Orion and our Artemis II crew. However, we are entering Flight Day 5. The crew woke up at 11:05 a.m. Central Time to the song Working Class Heroes by CeeLo Green. They are now in their post-sleep period. We've heard from them just a little bit, but we will do so more throughout the day. During post-sleep, the crew has an opportunity to reconfigure the cabin for their day's activities. They get to perform any hygiene activities, as well as eat some breakfast. On the menu today includes vegetable quiche, granola, almonds, scrambled eggs, granola with blueberries, dried pears, and apples with spice. A reminder that we don't have refrigeration on Orion, so all of the meals that are being flown are rehydrated using the potable water dispenser. Each package of food lists how the astronauts are to fill up with water, what temperature, and for how long or what amount of water that they will need to rehydrate that food. There's also a small food warmer about the size of a briefcase and can heat food up to 155 degrees Fahrenheit.
Yeah, JC, they have I don't know if it's minute to minute, but it is more detailed than these overview timelines. Basically only go down to about 15-minute blocks, and so they're more precise than that. I don't know about minute to minute, but probably maybe 5-minute increments. And so that's yesterday they had to do a lot of replanning on the fly because of the issues with the wastewater, and well, not with the wastewater itself, but with getting rid of it. But yeah, as they were saying, they don't have a refrigerator on board, so if they can't do that, they also don't have a freezer. Usually they will only take freezers for biological, for science. They don't usually take freezers up for for food. maybe for the moon base, but I'm not even sure they have. I'm not sure what they have on the space station. I'm not sure that they have. I'm not sure if they have a refrigerator or a freezer on the. I mean, the thing is they don't have. There's no food delivery. There's no weekly food delivery. I mean, even. So if they do, they must have something like that. But I don't. Again, you can only have ice cream. You can only have ice cream when somebody brings it. Let me. JC's asking about the granularity of. I think I screenshotted. I do have an old. All right, I do have not here with me, but I did maybe screenshot that from a shuttle timeline, but just for illustrative purposes. Or I thought I did. I went right by it. Let's see if we have. Let's see if I can. Before we're preempted by live coverage. Yeah, so this is from an STS-75 flight plan. So STS-75 flew in. Was it 19? Definitely 20th century. But anyway, let me look at the. What is that? That's a lot of notches between MET 2200 and 2300. So is that 12? So that might be 5-minute increments. Something like that. So they did often it was down to that sort of resolution, so to speak. Make sure that's not stuck. Yeah, the flight plans had better graphics by the end.
Integrity crew, we are rolling Orion by 20 degrees to improve optical comm.
Those communications you just heard called to the crew were from Capcom Jenny Gibbons. She is a Canadian Space Agency astronaut and backup Artemis II astronaut. She'll be the voice you hear speaking with the crew from the ground today. That information was about the optical communications system, letting the crew know that they are going to maneuver the spacecraft to get better pointing for that optical communications. This OPCOM system allows the team to transmit science data, procedures, flight plans, communications, and more as a link between Orion and Mission Control. These are laser communications, so they use infrared light rather than traditional radio waves, and that allows more data to be sent.
You are welcome to come on board.
Copy, Christina. We are on board with you. Thank you.
You're looking at a live view inside the Orion spacecraft, now just 61,919 miles away from the moon, the destination of this flight and where they will arrive for the flyby tomorrow. We are now 1 day, 5 hours, and 21 minutes from the astronauts' pass behind the moon, which you're getting a great view of from this exterior camera on one of the spacecraft's solar array wings.
It is interesting. Well, a couple of things. First, the optical comm note is interesting because maybe what it means is that they're still getting they are still able to use. There's a little bit of an overlap between the crew's wake periods and the optical communications availability periods through the Goldstone ground station, which is where they have the receiver for this. But then the other thing is, again, I hopefully don't have to repeat this too often, but for folks that are skeptical about this, and for folks responding to those people, please don't overdo it. Everybody is entitled to their own opinion, but that is off topic for this live stream and for this channel. And if, as I said at the top, if folks are going to try to seize attention.
As we get a live look inside the cabin closest to the camera, NASA
if folks are going to try and seize control of the chat for their agenda, and that agenda is off topic for this, I'm going to just end it.
Teams on the ground are collecting information that they will relay up to the crew during their daily planning conference. That daily planning conference should start about 15 minutes from now, when the team will relay up any conversations necessary to let them know about the status of the spacecraft or the day's activities. As you heard, the teams on the ground sent commands to maneuver the spacecraft for better optical communication opportunities. The solar arrays are also in motion, moving to sun track position, allowing them to charge the batteries aboard the spacecraft. Taking a look at the events for Flight Day 5, tonight, while the crew is in their pre-sleep portion, they will enter the lunar sphere of influence. This is the point where the pull of the moon's gravity will be stronger than the pull of Earth. It'll be a full day for the crew, starting with a test of their spacesuits. You probably recall seeing them launch in those iconic orange spacesuits. These are the Orion Crew Survival System. We also refer to them as OCS. These protect the crew during launch and re-entry, but they're also designed to be used in an emergency. They can provide the crew member wearing it with a breathable atmosphere for up to 6 days if Orion were to depressurize. Of course, as this is the first flight of crew aboard Orion, this is the first time humans have worn these suits in space. So this crew is testing their ability to quickly don or put on the suits and pressurize them. They will also then install their seats and get into those seats while wearing the suits. They'll take a moment to eat and drink through a small port on the spacesuit's helmet and conduct other tests while suited. We expect to hear from the crew quite a lot during that OCS suit demo. We anticipate they'll be opening the microphone and talking down to Earth frequently. After the OCS suit demo today, the crew will enjoy their midday meal closer to 6:30 p.m. Central Time. Once midday meal is complete, the crew will then have the OTC-3 burn this evening. That's Outbound Trajectory Correction Burn 3. If you recall, we previously canceled the first 2 outbound trajectory correction burns. These are small maneuvers to help keep the spacecraft in line with their trajectory around the moon and for their splashdown back home. At this moment, teams are planning to continue with today's outbound trajectory correction burn.
The note here about these Orion crew survival suits.
Can we start using PCD-1, or are they still using it?
And Reed, you are go to use PCD-1, but we are still updating Outlook, so everything but email is go.
The way that the survival
And Reed, while I have you, I wanted to let you know that we are not receiving the video stream anymore.
Okay, so I'm trying to stay out of the way of the Orion to Earth comms and the commentary, but the what what they're talking about with the crew survival suits is the crew would hook into the closed loop. There is a closed suit loop. So the contingency situation that they're talking about and the requirement is based on survivability of a certain sized hole in the crew cabin, which means, you pick a size, and within X amount of time for a given size, that's going to vent to vacuum. And so the idea is, if you were to have some sort of a penetration and a rapid but not unsurvivably rapid decompression, the crew could jump in their suits, hook up to the suit loop umbilicals, and then, because that's a closed system, they would have to stay in the suits until, especially if they could not they could not repressurize the crew cabin, but they would still be able to have oxygen. They would have all of the, life support. They wouldn't be necessarily as high quality as what they have right now, but they would have oxygen. They would have carbon dioxide scrubbing. They would have limited, but they would have the ability for water and for food. And again, much more limited, but and so then going back to the question from, was it Karen? Apologies. Kaylin? Apologies if I'm butchering the pronunciation of that. Let me go back to that again. And the responses in chat are good, but yes, I responded there. So yes, Artemis III and Artemis is on topic for this channel and this live stream.
That's super. Thank you.
But the whole questioning of whether this exists or we exist, that's off topic. It's a little it's a long tangent to go off on. We don't have enough time to discuss whether or not we exist. I'm just going to go on the assumption that we do and that you actually posted that question. And so I'm going to respond as if that question exists. And so the question being, don't you think SpaceX has a lot on their plate for Artemis III? I'm sort of paraphrasing, without needing to demonstrate lunar descent and ascent, not only the docking. And so as folks are saying here, the plan now for the next couple of missions is, instead of Artemis III being the lunar landing, that's been moved to Artemis IV, and they're going to do a low Earth orbit rendezvous and docking test flight with Orion and lunar lander prototypes. So for the Artemis, since it's only a low Earth orbit mission on Artemis III, the prototypes that SpaceX and Blue Origin would fly for that mission would obviously not would not do the uncrewed lunar landing demonstration. It wouldn't prohibit them from
a great look at live
reusing those
Orion
landers.
As the crew members prepare their day. Again, we're standing by for their DPC, their daily planning conference, in about 7 or 8 minutes. They'll speak with teams on the ground to discuss the day's timeline, any vehicle status updates, or any updates from the crew. There in the bottom of your screen, Commander Reed Wiseman brushing his teeth.
So again, let me see if I can get this, if I can sneak this in before the DPC. But it wouldn't. The Artemis III flight plan would not prohibit Blue Origin and SpaceX from then using those units, those flight units, those prototypes after Artemis III, or maybe even before. Although I think probably it would have to be after. But for Artemis III, all they would need to do is launch into low Earth orbit. And for the Starship, they may not even
wake up, and before the astronauts brush their teeth or exercise, they are asked to take a saliva collection. Saliva provides a unique window into human immune system functions in a deep space environment. So dry saliva is collected before, during, and after the mission. The crew blots it onto special paper in pocket-sized booklets.
Go ahead.
Yeah, low priority. Can you please tell me a good stow location for the 2 lens caps? I looked up lens cap in the packing plan and wasn't able to find anything. Thanks for the help. Low priority.
Copy, Christina. IVA is looking at it.
As we've seen throughout the mission, the crew will call down when they need to find something or when they need to store something. Everything aboard the spacecraft is tracked so it can be easily accessible or easily stowed and found later.
So talking about the Artemis II demonstrations and then the uncrewed lunar landing demonstrations, it's possible, if not probable, that the uncrewed lunar landing demonstrations would occur separately from and probably after Artemis III. Artemis III would be earlier in 2027 than probably the uncrewed lunar landing demos. And again, the requirements for a low Earth orbit mission are less, well, easier is not the right way to do it, but it should be more feasible for SpaceX and Blue Origin to field a lunar lander with a life support system that could participate in a low Earth orbit rendezvous and docking test than the additional capabilities necessary to fly their lunar lander, a lunar lander prototype, all the way to the moon and do the uncrewed demonstration. So those could be separate, probably will be separate flight tests. But there are obviously questions about when everybody is going to be ready for Artemis III. So not only the lunar lander providers, but also Orion and SLS. It's just at this point, especially given the information that we've received in the last month or so, we now have at least a reasonable idea about where Orion and SLS are for production of those Artemis III units. We still don't really have much of any idea about the current status of SpaceX and Blue Origin development of their lunar landers, and then what is their projected schedule. And so that's again, as BLP's noting, to go to the moon, they're going to need to. It's going to the moon for Artemis IV or for the uncrewed lunar landing demos is going to require multi-launch Earth orbit rendezvous for both providers. It's just that Starship will then do refueling in low Earth orbit, and at least the rumor is that the Blue Origin acceleration concept would just be multi-launch Earth orbit rendezvous, and then they would use those transfer stages in serial to do the different burns that need to be done from TLI to lunar orbit insertion, So TLI trans-lunar injection, lunar orbit insertion to go down to probably low lunar orbit, then powered descent to land on the surface, and then lunar ascent, and then eventually trans-Earth. Well, actually, they won't need to do that. I'm thinking of Orion now, but it depends on which provider, whether they will demonstrate on the uncrewed lunar landing demo, demonstrate any ascent capabilities off the surface. But again, as BLP's noting, or the flip side of that is they don't necessarily need to demonstrate any refueling capabilities to fly Artemis III now, which is again it's still a very complicated mission, but quote unquote just a low Earth orbit rendezvous and docking test flight between possibly multiple landers.
Happy Easter to everyone down on Earth. We wanted to kick off our Easter Sunday by honoring our crewmate, Jeremy Hansen. We have a long-standing tradition in the astronaut office of the traditional astronaut pin, and when you fly in space, you change from silver to gold. And so we figured today was a perfect day to honor our friend, Canadian astronaut Jeremy Hansen, with his flown astro pin. Wow, that sounds like it took a lot of people to make this little representation that we have in the office, this tradition, come to reality for me. So a lot of gratitude for all those people. It's a pretty special experience. Thanks for doing this, guys.
Congratulations.
Well deserved. It's an honor to fly with you, Jeremy, and to be here when you get your gold astronaut wings. We wanted to take a minute to commemorate the holiday that we have. This time of year is something that many religions and many cultures hold dear. It's a time of emotions such as joy, as well as solemnness, honoring what's going on both in our world and in our religious beliefs. Another aspect of that is our family traditions. And I know for me, if I was on the Earth right now, I would be with my family in Houston, the Monte Rosas, and we would be hiding confetti eggs in the backyard and watching two very sweet little girls go try to find them. So to commemorate that on board, we did hide a few eggs around the cabin. They were the dehydrated scrambled egg variety, but we're all pretty happy with them.
That's wonderful. We'll keep an eye out.
Yes, first I wanted to just say happy birthday to my father, Victor Glover Sr., and happy Easter to everyone down there on Earth. And with that, I will pass it off to Jeremy.
Thanks, Victor. Happy Easter, everyone. We're talking up here as a crew, and we did want to send a special Easter message on this day. And, no matter your faith or religion, for me, the teachings of Jesus were always a very simple truth of love, universal love. Love yourself and love others. And something for us being up here and looking back at all of you through one tiny window is that just resonates 100% true. And our goal as humanity should be to just follow in that example. There were many examples in the past, but that's one example of love that we can just all follow in those footsteps, and it'll serve us well.
And with that, Houston, we are eager and ready to start our exciting day of suit ops with you all. And we don't have any specific comments yet, but ready to hear what you've got for us.
Thank you, Integrity. A lot of gratitude for that message down here, and it's wonderful to see Jeremy get that pin. So thank you for sharing with us. Today is a big day. We're all tracking that down here, as I'm sure you are up there. Today, let's take our time. We will remember that slow is smooth and smooth is fast. While you are suited, We plan to have you voxed unless you request otherwise, and we will be silencing caution and warning from the ground. I have a few procedure deltas for you when you are ready. Copy, thumbs up. Today, during your suit up, we would ask that you cap the gas trap after all 4 crew members are connected to cooling. Read, there is a delta in your controlled depress to 10-2 init and term activities. Those are coming later today, so when it does come to it, you will be skipping the instruction to update the PPO2 max set point for flammability reasons. We will remind you with the instruction number when we get to those activities. Copy, thumbs up. We also expect that you will open visors 3 times today. When you do, for every one of those openings, you will use the instructions that you have in your daily summary, the first point, and that will override EPROC and vent overboard. Again, we will remind you as needed. Today, I want to give you a refresher on your bold face for loss of suit ventilation while visors are down. Today, we are running on Scrubber ARS Fan 1. Call me back if you want to run through that memorized response. Otherwise, I'll take your thumbs up.
We just went through a quick brief up here. We think we're good. Thank you.
Copy. We also will have a summary from our administrator's interview and comments. Those will be uplinked to you in a crew message. The goal is to have that available for you after the DFTO. Around that point, before your midday meal, we're also planning another sync. We have a couple of other items for you, but we will pass them after the DFTO. They're for the remainder of the day. Finally, you can stow the lens caps, Christina, in F1 large AGA general use brown label.
F1 brown, thank you.
Copy, that's all we have for you. We are ready to support you, and I'll take any questions or comments you have for me.
Okay, just 2 things on Avatar today for Huntsville. All lights except 15 and 16 were illuminated. Jenny, one question on the cap for the gas trap. You said to cap it after 4. Is that also after the 5 minutes have passed after the 4th crew member has connected?
Good words, Christina. After the 4th crew member and 5 minutes have passed since that connection.
Copy all.
And Christina, Huntsville copies the Avatar call. Thank you.
Great. Good Artemis morning, Huntsville. And Jenny, blanket statement for today. If you need adjustments to the view, please just ask real time as soon as you need them, even if it goes away. Unless we've told you that we are turning it off, we intend to be streaming with a good view for y'all.
Copy. Thanks for letting us know.
So this will be interesting. And I'm kind of curious now whether any of this is actually, if they're actually using the optical comm system to carry any of this. The quality of it looks pretty good. Or at least it did. But did we lose? Oh, I think I'm looking at the wrong screen. No, we're still live. But I'm going to, not quite yet, but I am going to have to head over to the Space Center probably in about...
Houston Integrity for docking cam.
I'm going to... I'll come back.
Go ahead. Is it okay with you if we keep the docking cam on the docking hatch window for today, at least for the morning?
Yep, that should be fine. Thanks, Christina.
After waking up at 11:05 a.m. Central Time today and entering their post-sleep period, the crew has just completed their DPC, their Daily Planning Conference. The Daily Planning Conference started with Canadian Space Agency astronaut receiving his gold astronaut pin. This is the first flight for Hansen, and therefore his pin, which is received upon graduating from astronaut candidate training, that is a silver pin that is given. When you become an astronaut and have flown into space, you receive a gold pin. In honor of the Easter holiday, the crew admitted they also hid some scrambled eggs around the cabin as prepared by the food lab here at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, and offered some thoughtful words on the holiday as well as Victor Glover's father's birthday. Teams on the ground, especially Capcom Jenny Gibbons, provided some information about today's Ox suit demo and some changes to the procedures that they currently have. We confirmed that they will be opening their microphones and we will be able to hear throughout that Ox suit demo, as well as hopefully continue to receive good views inside the cabin.
Huh. That's interesting. So, BLP, asking about how many, 15 media members, I guess it's possible. I'd have to go back and I was sitting there many minutes before it started. So, and I've looked around and it's maybe it just seemed like more than that. I'd have to go back and look at a picture from the news conference yesterday. But it did seem actually like a pretty good attendance.
For an undergarment reminder.
It seemed like pretty good attendance for a Saturday on Easter weekend.
Go ahead.
Hey, James, remind us, these are our entry undergarments, but we do have an additional mag on top of the one we will wear today. Is that correct?
Affirm.
I'm getting ready to. I have to be over at Johnson Space Center in about an hour. It does not take that long to get there, but probably in about half an hour I will have to I'll wrap up this live stream today. So today I'm going to try and hang around or be around while the live stream is going. And so I will, actually, it reminds me but before I go, I have another one set up for later. It depends on whether I have a chance to come back or not. But probably what I'm going to do is start the second live stream this evening after this evening's news conference. But I'm not going to leave until whoops. Oh, that's interesting. That was an interesting quick view. Let me okay, they switched. But in about half an hour or so. So the question is, what is the cost of this mission? Which is it's a difficult question to come up with. You can probably come up with many numbers or no numbers, because it just depends on who or what is being charged for this mission, and where you draw the lines in terms of times. So it's difficult. I suppose, usually I think that the basic, I'll have to go back and double check, but if I recall, they usually do the very basic thing of adding up all the program costs and then dividing by the number of missions. And so they come up with a very large number. I think it was on the order of $4 billion. But that's, again, the question is, what are you accounting for there?
Integrity, AGA readings when ready.
Ready.
Good morning, Jenny. You have a CO2 2.6, O2 20.7. Cabin pressure is 13.9 psi. Temperature 74.4.
Sounds great. Thanks, Victor.
Well, part of the problem, so it's I don't know that it's a very, I mean, I guess you can certainly call it a very difficult question. The biggest problem is what methodology are we using in terms of picking what numbers we're going to use. So, and then it's complicated by the fact that if you were to pick a methodology, then actually collecting the numbers is also very difficult too. So we don't have great access to the accounting data, and we don't have a consensus on what to use from a methodological standpoint. So it is possible to pick a methodology and then ask for the numbers. It's just really the bigger difficulty is getting the numbers, getting all the numbers. And then once you have all the numbers, and that's probably the biggest difficulty, is getting all the numbers. Then if you had that, then you just have to pick how you're going to how you're going to do your accounting.
Houston Integrity for Nat Geo 360 camera question.
So Joker's noting all of the research and all the research that Casey Dreyer with the Planetary Society did about NASA's costs. All of that research and the publications that he's made and the plan those are all really fascinating and interesting, and that is definitely something that to take a look at if you're if you're researching it, so to speak.
Integrity Houston for Nat Geo 360 camera question.
Go.
Yeah, Reed, we don't have the answer yet, but we recommend trying a power cycle. I see also your SME is back in the cabin, so if he can help, we're open to his suggestions too.
All other indications are good. I think we're good. We're going to press it. It is recording, and the red light is blinking. Time is counting, and it's in time-lapse mode, so I think it is looking good.
Sounds good to us. Thank you.
earlier during the overnight hours, the public affairs commentator was talking about how the crew's going to have to the crew's going to be doing a demonstration where they simulate essentially a rapid decompression of the crew cabin and getting their Orion crew survival suits on expeditiously, basically. And there are things that, so if there was a hole, again, this is this hypothetical of if there's a hole in the cabin, one of the things that they can do is they can essentially feed the leak to try and keep the pressure up above a healthy level for longer. But this will also sort of double as it gives them another practice run, although they're going to be doing it at a faster clip, getting their suits on on entry day. So this will be also sort of doubles its practice run of that.
Houston, integrity for GoPro Max.
Go ahead.
For your awareness, our SME did figure it out. The battery was not fully seated. It was running off of power, so it was fine, but if for future reference, that's what that symbol means.
Nice. Thanks for letting us know. Integrity Houston for snack fill for Reed. I'll take a thumbs up if you're ready to listen.
Jenny, go ahead for snack.
Hey, Reed, today you're going to be completing 2 nutrition snack fills, one after another during this DFTO. We have some notes that you can also fill some hydration snacks, but those are just for crew comfort, both if you get thirsty and if Christina or Victor need a drink while they're consuming some pills from the pill tool. So we wanted to offer it up that you can fill those hydration snacks before you are in your suit. If you want to do it as a get-ahead, if you want to do it later on, that's fine with us too.
So I can do 4 hydration snacks now, and then the regular snacks during the DFTO.
Affirm, we want to make sure the nutrition snacks are during the DFTO. Otherwise, up to you.
And Jenny, can you remind me what the snack water fill time is at this cabin pressure?
Checking.
This is Artemis Mission Control. The team aboard Orion continues to set up for today's Ox Suits demo. That's Orion Crew Survival System. Those orange suits that you saw the crew launch in, those are also the ones the crew will return home in. They will be donning those or putting those on today in a rapid manner as if there were a depressurization event in the cabin. You heard Capcom Jenny Gibbons letting Commander Reed Wiseman know that they would be consuming snacks and drinks during this procedure, as well as using the pill tool. When in these Ox suits,
Reed to fill a hydration snack at this cabin pressure. It's 45 seconds. Copy, thumbs up.
Again, ahead of today's Ox Suits demo, teams on the ground helping the astronauts prepare for donning those suits. And Capcom Jenny Gibbons mentioned that the crew would be taking pills. These are placebo pills, and they will be delivered through a pill stopper or a pill tool. The pill tool is inserted into a small port in the helmet. These suits are designed so that the crew could live in them for up to 6 days and live in a breathable atmosphere if the cabin were to depressurize. So during that time, if they needed to take medicine, the team has thought of everything, and they have a pill tool available for a small port on the helmet that the team could use to take medicine if needed.
So we're getting close to the time where I have to leave to go over to Johnson Space Center, and today I'm going to end the live stream before I leave. So probably another 5 minutes or so, and then there are other live streams you can go to watch this, or you can just watch the quote-unquote raw feed directly from NASA's YouTube channel as well. And then probably it's 1:40 p.m. Central Time right now, and there will be a news conference somewhere around 5:30 p.m. Central. And when I get back, I'll spool up another live stream and see where we are. We should be getting closer to we'll be in the second half of the cruise day. The original timeline had that trajectory correction burn. Well, actually, that might even be even later in the evening, but we will see. We'll see what's left in the day at that point when I get back. But I'll tentatively schedule the live stream, and then probably and I'll start it when I get back. So actually, referring to the Apollo 13 lunar module, actually all of that hardware that returned to Earth, so in that case because of the accident and the failed lunar landing, the command service modules with the service module being unusable and the lunar module came back to Earth. Both the service module and the lunar module re-entered and burned up in Earth's atmosphere. And so that was that unusual circumstance where they actually jettisoned the service module first, and then the command module separated from the lunar module a little bit later. There was at least one lunar module ascent stage that was sent out, perhaps more than one, to a heliocentric disposal orbit. And there may be one where there was some speculation about whether it could end up the orbit could be perturbed enough for it to sort of end up in a different place. But for the Apollo 13, because that lunar module came back to Earth with the command and service modules, it, just like the service module, it re-entered and burned up because neither the service module on Apollo nor the lunar module had heat shields. So I'm going to go ahead. I need to wrap up this live stream. Thanks again to everybody for joining. Like and subscribe if you thought that this was informative. Thanks to the members of the channel for supporting my work, and I'll see you at the next live stream a little bit later.